Do you have an echo from me? You're good? All right. Calling this meeting on March 8th, International Women's Day, Planning Commission meeting to order. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the statement of values. Secretary Bhatnagar.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Statement of values. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Please have a seat. We'll start with the roll call. Staff, Elizabeth, please call for the roll.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Present.
Commissioner Biagini.
Present.
Chair Kuru.
Yes.
Commissioner Wang.
Here.
Commissioner Buza.
Here.
Commissioner Salame.
Here.
Great, thank you.
I hear echo. Okay, we have one vacancy on our commission, right, Elizabeth? So
That's correct.
we will be posting for this and is under consideration by City Council. So we are a 6-member commission as of this meeting until we have it full. But we are all 6 present and we have a quorum to proceed. Okay, moving on to the declaration of commission procedures. Secretary Bhatnagar.
Thank you, Chair. Declaration of Commission procedures. Public hearings are conducted by the Chair in accordance with the following procedures. The Chair of the Commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the Commission. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. Applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals. Following staff presentation of the item, other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of comments. No comments will be accepted upon the close of the public hearing, although the Commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter. Special procedures or time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the Chair. And lastly, appeal of Commission actions must be filed in writing within 7 calendar days. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Bhatnagar. Copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Division office on the Friday afternoon preceding the meeting and available online. Our next order of the Commission meeting tonight, continuances and exceptions. This part of the meeting allows for applicants, members of the public, or other interested parties to request an item to be 1, continued without hearing, 2, withdrawn, or 3, taken out of order. Are there any requests from applicants, the public, or the Commission for a continuance or exception for any of the items on tonight's agenda?
We do not have any items for continuance or exception this evening.
Okay. Seeing none, we will continue with consent calendar. Secretary Bhatnagar for procedures.
Yes, Chair. The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission, staff, the applicant, or a member of the public wishes to comment on a consent calendar item or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, make this request now. Items listed on the consent calendar with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. The consent calendar has two items, item 1A and 1B. 1A is the action on a significant property alteration permit and variance for a first and second story alteration to the historic main house and the removal of a non-conforming garage and construction of a new non-conforming garage at 1516 Homestead Road, CQ exempt per section 15301A, E1, and I4 as existing facilities and section 15303E, new construction of small structures. That's item number 1A. And item 1B is the action on a major significant property alteration and architectural review of a second-story addition at 1540 Homestead Road, CEQA exempt Class 1 existing facilities and Class 31 historical resources restoration/rehabilitation. Those are the two items, Chair.
Thank you. These are consent calendar items, acknowledging that this is a significant property alteration permit and variance for historic resources, and acknowledging that both have been heard by the city's Historic Landmarks Commission. Do we have a motion to move and approve? And I can give color commentary. Yes.
We've had a request from the applicant to remove item 1A from the consent calendar, and they request that to be heard first on the public hearing agenda.
I was hoping, I didn't want this to, it is a Mills Act contracted property, so thank you. Thank you for asking for it to be removed. I was considering the time, but I appreciate, I did read briefly but I'm more than happy to pull it out of consent calendar. Okay, do we have a motion then to approve 1B, which is the action on the property at 1540 Homestead Road?
Motion to approve 1B, consent calendar?
Seconded?
We have a motion and a second. I'll leave it to staff.
Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Yes?
Commissioner Biagini,
Yes.
Chair Kuru,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Buza,
Yes.
Commissioner Saleem.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
And thank you to staff for bringing that property again to our awareness. I'm glad that it met both the staff as well as the Landmarks Commission's recommendation and approval. So there we go. All right. We now will hear the item moved off consent calendar, or should we go to public hearing? Okay. Public presentations. This is a section for people either in the room or online to address the commission on items not on today's agenda. Just for awareness, this is, even if we receive any comments, we will not be taking any action on those comments or items heard. So are there any members of the public, either online or here, who would like to discuss any items not on today's agenda?
No, we don't have any items for public presentations.
Great, thank you. Seeing none, we move to the public hearing section. We have on today now 2 items, and including the study session would be 3. We have do we move the item up?
You
we
can
do
start
that?
with 1A, yes.
Yes, so if we are all okay and aligned, we can go and hear item 1A, action on significant SPA's property alteration and variance for a first and second story alteration to the historic main house at 1516 Homestead Road. Staff?
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. We have the project planner on city staff, Daniel Subcheck. We'll give you a brief presentation, and then you can move to the applicant.
Thank you so much.
Hello, hope all is well. The application in front of us today is for a major SPA permit as well as a variance for 1516 Homestead. The house was constructed in 1905 and it has been a Mills Act property since 2016 and has had some non-historic alterations occur in the past 20-30 years, as well as there are several other structures on the property, most notably a rear garage. The applicant has proposed to alter the main structure by removing some non-historical elements, adding skylights, an ensuite, and extending the rear porch. The applicant has also proposed to remove the rear accessory structure and construct a new garage. The new structure would be it would be larger in both height and size than the original structure. Here is a site plan of the existing and the proposed for the main house for first floor as well as the second floor. And here is a site plan of that rear porch that is being altered. The map here shows these setback areas for an accessory structure. The applicant has applied to remove the current garage and install a new one that can be seen here right at the bottom of the map. And a variance would be required if the structure would be placed in any of these orange spaces and would not be required if it was in this clear space. Due to the lot being on the corner, we do have this large swath of orange on the right-hand side. And here's the site plan for that new proposed accessory structure / garage. It would be a 2-car garage with a workshop as well as a half bath. The proposed structure is significantly larger than the current one. The current garage is 361 square feet and 14 feet tall, whereas the proposed is 591 square feet and 17 feet tall. And here are the proposed variances that would be needed for that garage. It would be the total size, the height, the rear setback, as well as a rear yard coverage. In addition to the size of the rear accessory structure, the design of the structure is also not conforming with the city's design guidelines. The proposed materials and finishes do not complement the main structure, and the doors and the doors and the windows are not the same as the main structure as well. Here is the existing garage that we currently have on the left-hand side and the proposed on the right-hand side. And here's a height comparison of the proposed garage at 17 feet roof peak to the main house, which has a 18-foot 7-inch top plate for the second floor. So as you can see, it's smaller, but still quite large for the lot. Lastly, the applicant has expressed that they are requesting the variance due to the lack of backyard area. The site plan shows the proposed projects being heard tonight that will encroach into that backyard area. The orange spaces are the changes that will encroach. So as you can see, this bottom orange box is the change of fence to align with the enlarged garage, as well as this pergola barbecue area, as well as the extended rear porch that'll all eat into that backyard space. So in conclusion, staff finds that the modifications to the main house do adhere to the Secretary of Interior standards, and that the SPA permit to the main structure be approved. Additionally, staff recommends that the applicant redesign the proposed accessory structure to reduce the height by 1 foot, meet the rear setback, and to reduce the rear yard coverage and modify the rear structure to be more consistent with the main house. That's all that staff has currently, but we are here for questions and comments, and the applicant is there tonight as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, we do have all commissioners here in-house, so I'm not going to monitor on Zoom, but if you could either indicate physically or raise a hand there. I know, I'm looking out for that because I can't see him. All right, Commissioner Salem.
I didn't immediately see from the plans which is the main entrance, which street is the actual main entrance. Be helpful if you could point that out. I believe it's on Jefferson.
So there are several entrances to the house. The
Yeah.
main entrance would be on Homestead,
Okay.
and then the secondary entrance on the side street there.
Okay, thank you. That's really just a simple curiosity, thanks.
Any other commissioners before I go? Okay. So clarification, this was interesting that we actually pulled it out. So are we asking the applicant to reduce the height through the approval?
Staff's recommendation is to reduce the height of the accessory structure.
Okay, and I'm assuming the applicant is here.
The applicant is here, and if you're,
Yeah.
you can go to them next for their presentation.
Okay, but before I go there, maybe the applicant can, but can staff briefly describe the significance of this property enough that it is actually a Mills Act contract for those who do not know what Mills Act contract is? It is a contract that recognizes historic resources and allows property owners to avail tax benefits with the claim that it is historic and it is additional cost to maintain a historic resource as a historic resource. And the incentive is to preserve it as a historic resource. With that brief introduction to Mills Act, I know the significance, but I'd like staff to briefly describe what its significance is.
Sure thing. So, like I said before, the house is about 2,418 square feet and was constructed around the turn of the century. The main house was, I believe, owned by some folks that had some orchards, and the main house is the thing that is the Mills Act. The garage on the rear, while it was built around the same time, is not a part of the Mills Act. And that's about as much as I would feel comfortable speaking to, but I know that the applicant can back me up here as well.
Okay. Staff will benefit from knowing what the significant areas are. I'm looking to Rob's presentation to actually describe its significance, but there are 4 criteria that puts the eligibility for a historic resource. It's architectural, people, archaeological, and or event of significance. And Rob can correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the criteria for it to be considered a historic resource. With that, I will concede and have applicant present.
I had a,
Oh, sorry.
I just want to make a quick statement here. Okay, actually, what they're proposing to do, it'll make the house look more historical than it's been. The garage, the proposal that they have here, I agree with bringing it down to 16 feet, but what they're doing to the garage is going to make it look a lot better than what it is right now. It's going to kind of fit into what you're trying to accomplish. And also, I saw in the mudroom in the back of the house too, I see what they want to make it so it works, because the way that they have it right now, I went to in that house in a tour, a Christmas tour that they had in the house, so I'm familiar with the house and so on. So it looks like they're really going to improve the property to make it look more historical. The only part in the whole thing is that he asked for wider garage because cars are, but he drives a Mini Cooper.
Okay,
And that's a,
someday, a Tesla. But okay, we will, thank you for that comment and acknowledgement. We will go and open it for public here, and I would allow the applicant to go first.
Nice to see everybody in person. Thank you, staff. Leslie, did you get that email?
Yes.
Okay. If you could bring that up onto the screen, please. So first of all, why am I here? Well, when I asked for variance, it's due to unusual conditions. And so your task is to see whether you agree with me that there are unusual conditions for these 4 variances. What's unique, and many times I've said this before about the historical quad, is that it predates the 1969 zoning ordinance. And case in point, if you look at the structure that's the house right now, it's 28 feet tall. The zoning ordinance permits 25 feet right now. It's legally non-conforming, but what I'm going to say many times is that the problem with the ordinance as it sits now is it came after all these historic structures were built, and it really didn't care about them because it didn't provide requirements or allowing additions and infill that were compatible. They're forcing you into 1969, which was an era of ranch developments with attached garages, okay? So, on the image on the top, you have a 28-foot structure of the main residence that's historic, and it's 3 feet above what's allowed now. The current garage, there's a dashed red line that's superimposed over the proposed garage. The current garage is 14 feet. Coincidentally, that exceeds the 12-foot allowed by the 1969 zoning ordinance, another legally non-conforming structure. The house on the left of this property is the adjacent property. That house sits about, I think I said 19'8". I went out and measured that. And a lot of the single-story houses sat a lot taller than ranch houses because they had raised floors of 3 to 4 feet above grade. So everything is taller in the old quad, generally speaking, for the more, I would say, historic residences. So in terms of subordination, we have a 6 and 12 pitched roof at the very peak of the gambrel roof on the main residence. The existing garage has a 6 and 12 pitch roof, which is a lot steeper than ranch houses. In a 12-foot height, you'd pretty much be limited on a garage to a 4 and 12 pitch for a 20-foot wide garage. So we're asking to go higher. You can see there's a little triangle above the red dashed line, which is how much we're eclipsing the current height. It's very small. The reason for 17 feet is proportion. To fit the arbor, to soften up the aesthetic of this steel-clad structure. Now, this existing garage is a galvanized structure, which is unique. And originally, there had been a lot of discussion about whether it fits or not. But at the end of the day, I thought it was so unique, because I have not worked on one at all in the old quad, that why not go for it and make something that's unique, that's, I think, respectful of what's currently there and was built, despite, staff doesn't necessarily agree with that, and that's okay, but we have not only neighbors' approvals with letters for this height and design of this structure and its location, as well as the historian or the architect that reviewed it for compatibility with the federal standards, and as well as a unanimous approval by HLC for the design, the height, and the context that it's being placed. Now, let's talk about the 4 variances. Don't I get longer than?
Mistake, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes, my
scared
apologies.
me.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about location on the property. If you go to the Sanborn fire maps, many of the accessory structures that exist and existed before were put on property lines. This garage, the existing garage, sits on the property line, okay? So the goal here was to get it off the property line, to be able to build a fence, a good neighbor fence, but not so much that it would crowd the house So we're trying to keep as much of the historic context as possible. So that's why we're proposing 18 inches off the rear property line. Now, the interesting thing, rear setback and rear yard coverage are kind of connected. Staff has said they're not in support of the reduction to a 1.5 foot rear yard setback where 5 is required. Well, what's unique about this property is it's a corner lot, and the garage and driveway are in the entire rear yard. If you were at a ranch house that was 1969 and to present, most of them had attached garages. There was a 20-foot rear setback across the whole width of the property. So that's your usable rear yard. This property doesn't have, other than for utility, a driveway and a garage. It's not usable to entertain and enjoy. So the problem is if we keep moving it closer to the house, we increase the driveway and the area between the rear property line and the garage, which isn't, you can put storage there, but it's creeping into the reusable rear yard for this property. So what's unusual? It's a corner lot, and it's in the old quad with a detached garage. That's unusual in terms of the rear setback that we're asking for and the placement, the rear yard coverage, okay? In terms of the area, what's interesting is the current ordinance allows an attached 600 square foot garage, but detached is limited to 480 square feet. Now, in a 480 square foot garage, you can pretty much fit 2 cars, and if you want any storage in there, you're gonna scooch by the car, and that's, to me, outdated. So the reason we're asking for a larger garage, and coincidentally or interestingly, the proposed zoning ordinance update is proposing to allow a 600 square foot garage, and which we would be under. We're trying to separate some storage and workshop from the cars so that we have room to walk around the cars and be comfortable. So that's why we're asking for, you know, a larger footprint. In fact, you could always ask for a zoning administrator modification, a 25% increase in anything, which would be a 480 square foot to 600 square foot garage, but we're doing it through the variance process. In terms of height, if you look at the lower structures on the images there are many accessory structures in the old quad that exceed what currently is allowed, 12 foot for a garage and 14 foot for an accessory, like an ADU. Well, it's 16 now with state law, but these are just a few of the many. On the bottom left it's on an alley 1 block away. It's 18 foot 4 inches. The red barn that I worked on and converted to an ADU, that's, I think, 21 feet and change, or 20 foot 10 or something like that. And then the garage to the right, lower right, is over 21 feet, or 21 feet, I think is what I had. Those are just a few examples of how height and accessory structures in context of these taller formatted larger houses makes more sense in the old quad than not. Now, the reason for the 17-foot height, if you can see, so a patinaed galvanized clad structure it can be a little bit harsh, but we are softening it up by doing garage doors that are painted to match the colors of the house, and those are carriage style doors, and putting an arbor, which there currently is an arbor, and planting it out with a wisteria, so it softens and adds a little bit more residential component to it, and it presents better that way. So those are just some of the, those are the unusual conditions. Again, I can't hammer enough on the old quad and that it's unique in the structures and they don't fit with the ordinance. The homeowner would like to have a few words, so I'll let him speak.
Thank you. 1 second. I think we have questions
Yeah.
for the applicant's presentation, unless you want to combine time with
I have a question for Rob, just for
Okay.
us. Rob, we just approved one on, on Main Street off of Benton that we just went to, was it 17 feet high on the garage or just as high? That was about a couple months ago?
Oh, well, the Main Street, that's a conversion of an existing garage.
Right, and
that's
then we
2
approved that
stories.
height.
That's like 20, I think it's 22 feet.
There you
And
go.
I've gotten a lot of ADUs approved that carriage style that are, mine's 22 and a half. Adam Thompson's was 23 and a half. There's a lot of outbuildings.
Right, so actually, it's not really asking more, that 1 foot is not going to really
Yeah.
make that much difference. The other ones in the area, too, that are a little bit higher.
And notice that it's turned now, so
Yeah.
it's the eave is lower as it faces the neighbor to the rear, to the left side, and so that's another thing with the massing, to be sensitive.
And you can always back out a car out and then go around the garage and do stuff because you have a driveway. So I just wondered, yeah.
Any other questions to our applicant? Lance?
Did you ever explore the possibility of a covered walkway from the garage to the home as an arbor, but not as an actual built-in?
Well, we wanted to keep it as open as possible, although we do have some pergolas over like the kitchen area. We see the area, or the homeowner, for many design iterations of that being like a cozy area to sit near the kind of outdoor kitchen or serving area, but as much light as possible. There, you know, so that the light was the main thing, yeah, to preserve the light, natural light.
Okay, then Commissioner Wang.
Yeah, just a question. That one is proportional to the design, right? The left side, that's the garage. The right side, that's the main house.
Yes, the image on the top has the right side is the house, and the proposed garage is there. The red dashed line that's superimposed on that is the profile of the existing garage.
Yeah.
Just to give you some context of air, you know, just
Yeah.
surface area, that they're very similar is what we're proposing. It's just a little lower on the, you know, ends and a little taller on the top. And then the house for the neighboring property is to the left.
Okay.
That's a one-story, just giving you context that we're not taller than a one-story residence. So it's still subordinate to certainly the one-story residence to the left, and he has a pretty, you know, the house is pretty large.
Okay.
So it's certainly subordinate to that, yeah.
Yeah. So right now the height is 17 feet, right, on this?
17 to the peak, but it's 11 feet to the eaves.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Wang. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
So, question to staff, this proposed new ordinance that will allow garages, whether attached or detached, to be 600 square feet, do we have some timeline for that?
That's a part of the comprehensive zoning code update, which is getting closer to a reality, but probably still a few months away. We're hoping.
Yes.
I should say.
We're hoping for mid-year adoption.
Okay, so that gives me some context in terms of, you know, how far ahead of time we might be. May I make another comment here? So, you know, you're stating the facts that this is a property that was built prior to 1969, so when this ordinance was created. And so the fact that you find things that are unusual with respect to that ordinance is just obvious. You're stating that fact. Yeah. Then it seems that the changes that you're making are therefore just unusual by definition, right? Mm-hmm. So you could have said, I wanted to change the height of the main house, and that's unusual also, right? So just by definition. So I think that argument is just plain there. It's not a special consideration for this particular property. But anyways, the one question I have is this 16 feet, 17 feet height, you know, aesthetically and given the surrounding properties, okay, you know, if it can be made and staff can be happy with the 16 feet, then okay. But it looks to me that there might be some aesthetic issues there. The question I have is with respect to the area.
Yes.
So it turns out that very soon, apparently, the 600 square feet garage will be allowed. So I'm out of an argument there. So if that's what you want, then so be it. But you are encroaching on the backspace that you want to enjoy.
Yeah, so I'll address your first comment about unusual. So the whole idea of making the statement that the current ordinance is outdated and never factored in the historic structures is to take care of the historic neighborhood and structures within there. That's why I'm doing these designs. I've been doing this for 20 years, not accepting that that ordinance works for these historic beauties that we have. So I just keep going for it because why do I want to put a ranch style garage behind a beauty? It doesn't fit. You should be discouraging that. So that's my statement about that. The old quad is unusual because you're comparing it to the R16 zoning district. That this property is unusual compared to all the other properties in that district. And I would argue it is because of its context in the old quad, because it's a corner lot with a detached garage, and it's not like a ranch house. So, which was the 1969 era. Tract housing, blowing up in the valley. Now, in terms of the, you asked me about the, the rear yard? Yes. So, in terms of the rear yard, again, I'm getting back to historic context. Is on the property line right now, okay? I don't want to move it 5 feet away because it keeps, here's the thing. If you understand what the idea, let me explain what the rear yard intent is. To not coverage more than 40% of the rear yard. It's to preserve your usable yard. Right. The problem with this is the current rear yard doesn't comply because it's a driveway and a garage. So we won't comply. It currently doesn't, and we're not going to because we don't want to keep taking more and more of the yard away. Now, the garage is larger. That was the other thing. You asked, why don't I wait for the variance? I've been waiting for this ordinance to be updated for 20 years in this city. I can't keep waiting, and I haven't. And I've done dozens of variance requests for this very reason because people want to get there. They don't want to keep waiting. It keeps getting pushed out. Just know this. You can ask through a zoning administrator modification process, which is I call it a mini variance. It's not a variance. It can be approved by the zoning administrator for an increase or decrease in any element within the ordinance of up to 25%. So if you have a 480 square foot garage, I could go through a zoning administrator process and ask for 120 more. It's essentially what I'm doing, but I'm just paying more for a variance, okay? So there already is a mechanism. Now, they don't have to, it's up to the zoning administrator to determine if they want to approve that. But I've gotten many larger garages approved through this very process because you want to be able to use your garage. Back in the day with the barns and everything, people were using garages to fix cars, to do all kinds of things. And right now, you can barely fit 2 cars. This garage is shallow in depth. The current garage is 20 feet to the outside, which is 19 on the inside plus. It's not enough. So the 480 is outdated. It just is. So that's in terms of what you had questioned me on.
I think maybe I misstated, but we are violently agreeing.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't, yeah.
So the only question I had was with respect to the garage area, and even that is almost a fait accompli because is within a few months that's going to become an allowed ordinance.
Yep.
So that's not the issue. The issue I was asking was the staff pointed out that there was an intent on the owner's part to improve or increase the usage of the back area, and yet you are decreasing that area. Right? So that was the question.
Yeah,
why is there that conflict?
Yes, it's a balancing act, right? Like the rear porch of the house, it's just a stair right now. So even with the previous owner, 2 owners ago, we had talked about using that for more utility and having like a mudroom. So we're pushing into the yard from there, but we're also pushing in from the garage. We're also moving the garage off the property line 18 inches. So we're admittedly doing that, but sure, we would like it to be on the property line, but it's a balancing act. So yeah, it's wider, but it's not that much wider than current. It's 2 feet wider than current, plus we're losing 1'6" because we're moving it off the property line. So we're 3'6" more into the property. It's just the way I told him it has to go because I don't want to leave it on the property line. I don't want to cut the overhang off. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Biagini.
Hi, Nancy.
Okay, now I got the mic on. I understand the rationale, except for one part I want you to explain better.
Okay.
And that has to do with the reasons for the compatibility of the materials being used on the garage.
Yep.
I mean, that's a big question mark for me. So explain the rationale for why you're deviating.
Yes. So the current garage is corrugated metal.
Right.
And it has a roof that's corrugated, which is unique in itself. And what's interesting is there's cities all over that are building, sometimes between historic residents, they do steel and glass. But I thought it was very unique because I have not seen one at all in the old quad. And the opportunity to preserve that uniqueness, but do it with a little bit more design, I thought worked. Now, it's not going to be shiny, corrugated, galvanized. It's galvanized. So if it's patinaed, it's like a gray. It's painted right now, the galvanized. So that was the idea, to keep the spirit and soul of this unique structure, not deemed historic, but I thought interesting, and put it in a format.
Because for me, the issue is more about why not use, features that are compatible with the main house, as opposed to, corrugated, the metal that is what's old in there now. You're making it look better than that kind of old material, but why not match it to the house?
It's because it's so unique. I haven't worked on a single corrugated metal structure in the old quad yet, and this one's unique. So, I mean, we went through this with historic. We went through it with the historian. We had discussion.
Who is the historian?
Leslie Dill. She's done a lot of my, she's the one that evaluated it, okay? And especially the Historic Commission. We went around and around, and in the end of the day, they thought, you know what? It certainly tells a story. It tells a story of history. So you don't always have to love it. I don't always love the historic, some of the historic buildings in town, but it does tell a history, and it poses a question, why? Why is that corrugated? And it tells the story. So
HLC was good with this?
Unanimously.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was?
That was just last.
I was going to say, I know I've seen some reports from 2016, but that's like
it was just last
history
month,
itself,
I think it was.
so
Yeah, just last month. So
that's important to me.
Yeah, no, we went through it. The HLC was unanimous. The person doing the evaluation of the design for Secretary of Interior Standards supported it, and the neighbors support it.
So yeah, when somebody says, hey, what's with the corrugated, it's like, that's what it was originally. We just made the original a little better. I mean, that's kind of the argument, right?
Yeah,
because
but
it was so
put
unique.
a little bit more, we turned it, which I think adds a little bit of a more interesting compatibility component to it. The carriage doors certainly are, again, so it's got elements of both, but we didn't want a mini-me. We didn't want to match the house exactly. And the pitch matches the house. The pitch matches the original garage. We just turned it, and it's just a little larger.
I mean, I'm familiar with the house. I used to live in the apartments across the street.
Yeah.
And admire how you could have that much lavender instead of a front lawn.
Yeah.
So I know you removed the lavender, but anyway, yeah, I'm familiar with the house. Thank you.
Okay.
Real quick question. Rob, could it be that they did the materials, the metal, because it was cheaper to use and easier to construct than, doing the wood and so on? Because I think Nancy hit it right. I think if I was doing that, that house would look so much, that garage would look so much nicer if something that matches the house more. Probably because at times, a lot of people, before you were around, they did any add-on to the garage stuff, they just went the least expensive route, because that was what was happening. Because my
You just told-
ex-in-laws at Harrison, a house in Harrison, that's what they did in the backyard. They used to have a huge, kind of like a barn backyard.
Yes.
Over there, they had an alley. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, they.
It could have
so
been.
It could be that's what they did.
But
so
it
you're
tells
going
us-
to- somebody makes a mistake, and you're gonna, kind of keep it.
Well, but it
the
tells-
house is such a nice house. That's
it-
what I'm saying, and that looks like it's a really nice addition that you're doing there for that garage. It's going to make it look really nice, but it's just the materials. If you're going to use the corrugated.
Again,
stuff
it's not shiny corrugated like you
Yeah,
see at a pub.
yeah, but it's still-
patinaed.
Yeah.
Well, it tells a story. And the interesting thing is the fact that we're talking about and debating this,
Mm-hmm.
or at least discussing it, tells you that, well, maybe it is kind of an interesting story to preserve. I mean, he could just leave the garage as it is, which is no good because it's dilapidated and falling apart. I don't know. I wouldn't design.
Not 95% of the stuff you're saying, I agree with you. That part,
Yeah, no,
It's the owner.
yeah. The main thing, though, you're here to weigh in on the variances.
The variance, yeah.
So I want to trust that the historic,
That's it.
so, okay.
Got it. Thank you,
Yes,
Rob.
thank you.
I want to give the applicant a chance to speak, and I'll give my color comment.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Planning Commission and staff. I'm the homeowner. I'd like to add a bit of, what I bring to this project. We bought this home in 2018. We put it on the home tour. We met Rob. We met some people in the neighborhood. That snowballed into me joining the HLC. I love this house. The problem I have with it is twofold. One is that the rear porch, we have aluminum sliders, we have a rear balcony, we have a rear porch that were mid-50s, stroke 70s. They're part of our 10-year plan. So that kind of kicked off the rear porch design. So the change to the rear porch, me and Rob worked on this project for at least a year and a half longer than I thought it was going to take. On the rear porch, we wanted to rehabilitate, there's things as part of the historic home checklist of things that you look at for a project. You look at remediation, restoration, rehabilitation, and that is what we tried to do with the rear porch. It's not original to the house. We're looking to rehabilitate the back end of the house. We remediate and restore the rear porch and rear sliders that you can see on the rear elevation there. By changing and making the rear porch a little bigger, the stairs become more useful. It can become my main in and out from the driveway because the lock can open from the outside. It flows better from the kitchen into the garden. So if I'm bringing something out for a barbecue, it can flow out there. This is another month that we took. As you come out through the stairs, there's a barbecue set-down spot where you can put the salad for when I'm entertaining. The garage, I wanted to be a good neighbor. I turned it 90, pulled it in to give them a nice, clean fence on that edge. We have a little bit of space around the back for practicality and a bathroom for when I have guests. They don't have to go up into the main house. On the design of the garage, though, pulling it in off the fence 5 feet, chews up my garden. It cuts it in half, and the project has to be worthwhile. For me as the homeowner, I don't know that having 5 feet behind my garage, which will just have ladders and old paint cans and so on, and is going to be the right thing for the home. So we have it where it is shown on the drawings. When it came to the materials, like pulling it down and putting a stucco building up that has a 1960s roof, we tried those designs. It just didn't look right. And I want to build something that's an homage to the home. I don't want to just do a mini-me, and I don't want to do something that isn't, using the uniqueness of the building that's there right now and looks back at the way it was designed. When we looked at the design of the actual garage, it's very easy to make it look like a brew pub. It ends up looking too busy, too much wood, too much shiny metal. And then if you scale back, it's not a very big building. If you scale back the detail, it starts to look like a cowshed. So we spend a lot of time on gutters, integrated square gutters, overhangs, barge boards, door design, heights. Do we have a fan at the front? What do we do there to make this building look right? In the end, I just couldn't throw enough architecture at such a small building that it looked right. So we went with an arbor. We're going to soften it up with natural planting. You can actually see I have a white wisteria that was planted by the owners from the mid-90s that Rob worked with. So I've got cuttings from that arbor. I'm going to bring that onto the new structure to kind of, it's a pollinator plant. It's going to soften up the architecture. And I hope that those two things together make this useful for me. It puts my mark on this home, right, which I intend to maintain to the standards required by the Mills Act. And you know, fixing up this garage, which I can't even get, you know, the 911 just about fits through the door, but that's it. And so we need more width on the doors. I'm starting to ramble, and I just wanted to say, you know, I have a bunch of pictures, and this project, I hope, you know, it has received peer approval from multiple points, and I hope that that you folks can approve it today, because it's been a long journey and a fun one, but we think we have a design here that works. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions. One, I do want to acknowledge that this is a 1905 built home, significant for its architecture. I was hoping Robbie would allude to it. Significant for its architecture, and on the main house primarily for its Dutch colonial revival style, the roof and its materials, of course, being of significance. And interestingly, it was built by Carl and Bertha Heyman, who I don't know if we have a Heyman's Elementary School. I don't know, but maybe I won't profess that knowledge. But thank you again. Good project. But I have a few questions, and like Commissioner Biagini and Commissioner Booza, I am also a little, you know, this is one off where you're trying to do a metal corrugated roof. And then we are getting a variance, which means that we have very, I would say, stipulated criteria of what qualifies as a variance. Albeit, I'll give it, our zoning ordinance itself is 50 years old and historic. We are somewhere, we'll get to see that it is revised. But I don't see significant changes in the variance criteria of what qualifies for a variance outside of this. So I'm also a little, I would say, deliberated between why a metal corrugated roof here. Being one of the first, not to you, or maybe your architect can help answer.
This is what I wanted, you know. I want to take off the original material, if I can, flip it over and reuse it. You know, it's unpainted on the inside, it's aged down a bit. I want it to look as a throwback, as an homage to what was there before. Okay. I may not have enough material to do exactly what I need, and it's kind of nailed in rather than screwed in. So we're going to have to work through that, and I may end up with a custom material. But I feel like if I, you know, just went to like stucco, it just disappears into the background.
Yeah. Okay. And is the current roof, again, what is the material?
Currently corrugated.
Corrugated metal. Okay.
And the siding.
Okay. Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you for clarifying. I have questions for staff, though. If we do not have any other comments or questions from members of the commission or from members of public, do we have any other online? I saw a hand briefly go up. I might be missing it. If I don't see
No, we don't have any hands up.
Okay.
Did you want to ask if anyone from the public? I don't think we asked if anyone from the public wanted to speak.
Got it. So thank you again, applicants. Are there any members of the public who would like to talk to this item or ask questions? None in the chamber?
I see no hands.
Okay. So I will go with questions to staff. I do see the conditions of approval, which if it was a consent calendar approval, would have required them to reduce the foot. And I'm going back to the conditions. Where is this? To 5 feet reduction. So I see applicant shall alter design of the structure to conform with the rear 5-foot accessory structure setback, a maximum height of 16 feet, and conform with a maximum of 40% rear coverage for accessory structures. Of these, which would change when the zoning ordinance is amended?
So when the zoning ordinance is amended, none of those will change. Those would be consistent with the proposed zoning
With
code
okay.
changes.
Okay, and the last condition, the condition 4, minor changes to the project would be subject to planning division review and approval prior to issuance of building permits. Any idea what that comment was or condition was based on, or is this like a coverall? What would the planning division ask of the project for changes to the project that's not in the approved set of drawings?
Hold on, I'm going to bring up the conditions.
Trying to say is that if they wanted to change a small aspect of the project, that we would be able to do that through a PLN process instead of having it to come back to the PC meeting.
We have a process for things that are within the allowable of the zoning code to do a minor amendment to an approved project, which is a ministerial process.
Okay, so there is a caveat of minor approval. Okay. So back to the applicant. Are you amenable to the requirements of staff? Okay, so that condition is something that you want to actually have removed.
Yeah, that's the very reason why I didn't feel like it should have been on the consent calendar in the first
That's why-
place.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to confirm. So we are having a request from the applicant to remove condition 6, which would require them to meet the current, albeit potentially changing in the next few months, rear 5-foot accessory structure setback, a maximum height of 16 feet, and conform with the maximum 40% rear coverage for accessory structures. The one deliberation that we have under consideration is whether we would allow for the, I would say, material, since it is in front of us and we can ask. That's an option for the commission to consider. But that is the primary summary of today's approval. So I'm going to say that generally I am in favor, but we should go for a motion. If anybody wants to make a motion.
Generally, you're in favor of what?
The project.
The project, right. The project, okay.
And
Go ahead.
to the chair, may I just request that whatever your direction is tonight, that you do 3 separate motions, one for each of the items.
Okay. Unless there's other comments before we go to a motion.
I'll make one other comment.
Go ahead.
I've got different recommendations depending upon which report I look at, but in general, I'm in favor of the project. I'm interested in what my colleagues have to say, though. The only kind of hiccup I have, I'll be honest, is the materials. So before I come to final conclusion on that one aspect, I'm okay with the setback. I mean, I get that. I'm okay with the 40, 57%. I'm okay with, I know the property. And I know what it would look like if you moved further up. I mean, I think it's a pretty good plan. I just want to hear from my fellow colleagues about the materials. That's the one thing that I'm not real sure about. I won't say I'm either other way on it. Thank
I
you.
agree with Nancy.
May I
setbacks-
interrupt? I'm so sorry, Commissioner. Before you deliberate any further, we still need a motion to close public hearing.
Thank you for keeping me honest here. Motion to close public hearing.
Second. Okay. Now,
Wait, we have to take a
she's still?
happening.
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Chair Kuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Commissioner Buza?
Yes.
Commissioner Salame?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now moving to comments.
I agree with Nancy and Chair. The only thing is, the materials we're going to be using, just because somebody used cheap materials before, doesn't mean you're going to do it again. And you don't have to use stucco. You could use wood or even something similar to it. You're the architect. You can figure that one out. It's going to look a lot better. I'm good with the setback and everything else. You're a lucky man. You have an incredible piece of property, and everything that you're doing is fantastic on it. So with that, that's the only thing that I kind of hesitant on, but the setback, you got your setback, and the 17 feet, that's good too. That's not going to make any difference.
Any other comments before I invite the applicant back for consideration? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ed, for your comments about we're just going to reverse it because, there's a part of me that says, okay, that's a cheaper way of doing it. I get it. I don't expect everybody to go more expensive. But when you explain that it's like part of that historical piece is we're just flipping it over, that kind of makes me want to lean more in favor, but I am undecided as of this point. But I do appreciate from a historical perspective that, well, some may say it's cheaper. It's this whole idea that, yeah, that's what it looked like. We flipped it around and made it look prettier. I don't know. I'm still a little not sure, but okay, that's all.
Thank you. Any other comments or feedback on that material, Commissioner Salim?
All right, so I'll probably be unpleasantly unpopular for this, but I don't think every story needs to be told. Corrugated metal is an excellent train yard material. It doesn't feel right for the neighborhood that you're putting this in. That's a minor issue. I'm also, though, strongly against all of the stipulations put on the variance approval, in that you're effectively looking in a crystal ball and you've already seen what these will be in the future, and to ask you to make these changes now and then be able to make them in the future is just unfair to you. You should be able to do those now. So I'm in favor of removing those. And that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Commissioner Huang?
Oh, same here.
Okay.
Agree with that.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I think 17, 16 really doesn't make a difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm if the applicant and the owner who want to use the backyard more, but they want to put some of that area into the garage, and that's their definition of using the backyard more, so be it. So that's where I stand.
Okay. I would like to invite the applicant up and or owner, whoever, to see if you're open to having another finish for the roof and or something that still is, stands up to be your unique feature. I don't expect it. I know the Secretary of Interior standards by heart. I don't expect a duplication. But just because it's there, because somebody did it, and it's not historic, is there another way to make it look different, yet unique, and have your signature on it?
Yeah, I guess this will be a two-part response. I'll respond a little bit. Every HLC, for example, discussed this extensively, the very thing that you're discussing right now. And in the end, they felt like it was worth it to approve it unanimously. And we've debated this a lot. And I wouldn't say it's a cheap material. I'd say it's a utilitarian material. And there are many I've been in many historic towns, and commercial garages have it, okay?
Or in commercial and not.
But that's the interesting thing. It's the same use. It's the same use. It'd be one thing if it was a house, okay? Now, what's interesting, if you go across the street, further down towards Franklin, they just put a metal roof on a stucco garage, and the glass doors and everything like that. And it's a historic resource, the house. So is that appropriate? I mean, times have changed. People are doing corrugated metal structures, and it's not cheap. They're doing it because they think it looks cool. And so that's part of the really interesting thing about this. It falls right in between. And that's why I embraced it.
I think you just made me come to some level of conclusion, but I will. I will let the owner speak as well, and then I will share because you just flipped me.
What more to say? I mean, we worked with various designs, and it's not cheaper actually for me to get the guy to pull it off nail by nail, flip it over, maybe have it straightened, and then also source some older looking material that's not shiny. It's definitely not the cheapest route. And not once have we budgeted any of this. It's going to cost what it costs. I think it's not even to look cool. It's just that I want a garage that is my part of that house. Heyman built it, and then he handed it over to his gentleman that worked for him. He passed away. He actually died outside the bakery. and then two gentlemen bought it in the mid-90s. They put a lot of money into it, and then the next owners put nothing into it. We've come in, and I want that home to continue under my ownership, and this is one thing I think is a great change for it. The house, it's not part of the original, I guess, the historic, the Mills Act per se, but it is old. I mean, it's at least 30s, if not older. So it is part of the history of the home, and I would like to be part of that history as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that feedback. Any other comments from the commission members? I'll just say that, while I appreciate, and I actually grew up in a corrugated metal, home back in Asia, but I think in the compatibility, yes, but I don't want it to compete for attention with the actual historic resource. And while I appreciate that the owner is definitely putting their mark, the original historic gem is the home. And I don't want people looking at the garage as like, okay, and then who did that? That frown will detract from the beauty and the actual history of the home. That's my 2 cents, I will say, only because I used to do this for a living too. So I would request the applicant to consider a different, maybe meet the same goal, maybe meet the thing, but maybe meet your still interest, but consider a different roofing type that I can't specify this time what it should be, but I would say to reconsider the metal corrugated roof at the very minimum. Any other comments from commission members before we go to a motion?
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly, and, especially in that area. We've seen, thank God for Rob that it takes a lot of interest in the Old Quad area, but I've seen it go down the hill many years, and now it's starting to come up. You don't want to have something, the siding is corrugated and the roof is corrugated. It just doesn't fit. It's like almost like buying a tough shed and putting it in there. It just doesn't fit that beautiful home. It's a gem, It's beautiful.
Yes, agreed.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful home.
Anybody? Okay, Commissioner Biagini.
This is a tough one. I mean, I have to tell you, it's really a tough one. I'm very familiar with when your home was on the home tour. I was chair of the home tour that year. I'm also very familiar with the amount of work you put in it because I've known that house for, I don't want to give away my age, but probably since you were a toddler, okay? Don't stop it. I think I'll probably make up my mind when we come to the vote, but I will tell you that when it comes to the HLC, a unanimous vote, I assume you had to abstain from that vote? Yeah, because I know you're on it. We talked about it. You probably don't remember back when. I don't know. I'm probably going to make up my mind when we go to the vote. I'm that close. And it is only about the materials.
Well,
okay?
I want to clarify one thing. We're not proposing corrugated metal roof.
Okay.
We're proposing standing seam metal roof. Okay?
What?
Standing seam metal roof to differentiate, okay? It's different. It's similar to what they built on a garage next to Resource. I have a standing seam metal roof on my porch on my historic house. It's not corrugated metal, although the existing is corrugated metal. So that was the one thing that I think it's changed it a little bit. So again, I can't stress that HLC already went down this path in terms of the design.
I know, but I will commend you.
Recommendation to your planning commission. You're weighing in on the variances, and I understand the design component you're addressing right now. But Historic and Landmarks Commission, that's their purview, is relating to design of the historic properties.
Very clear. You have at least two of us that were on that commission. I know you know.
So we know what the HLC
I get
does.
it. Okay, I definitely get it. I also am so well acquainted with how much work and care the owners have put into that home. So we'll see what happens here.
Okay, I'm ready to take a motion. I do see the distinction between corrugated roofing and standing seam, so I appreciate if anybody is interested for a visual to just.
And Madam Chair, just for the benefit of the commission, if there is a motion tonight that includes anything about the roofing, I would suggest that that be the third motion, without advocating either way.
Standing seam, okay. She's just showing us a pictorial of the differences between corrugated and standing seam.
If it helps anybody, I think that helped.
Lance, you probably know.
That just helped.
He knows.
Okay, Commissioner Wang,
Okay.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I have standing seam.
I'm glad we.
But so everybody else knows that's what she's showing us. is
Yes, I'm not doing anything outside of
Corrugated metal
sharing
roofing versus
what's
standing seam.
for the record. Okay, I appreciate the engagement. I'm ready for a motion. And we have 3, just reminded by our attorney. If anybody needs help,
I need to look at what the 3 are.
You would just make one complete motion, or you have
No.
We have to do 3.
3
Three
separate
separate,
motions.
please.
Want me to help?
I'll peek over your shoulder.
This was on consent calendar, so I'm a little, okay.
Okay, it's the consent calendar. Sorry, we have to.
Juggle a little.
Got to do the paperwork.
It's the consent version. Recommendation 1, 2, 3. Okay, got it.
Okay. We have at least somebody who can pull up the staff reports quicker.
I'm willing to make a motion on recommendation number 1.
Second.
If you want to read it out for just the,
Read it out.
I'll read it out because I know. Recommendation 1, move to accept that we recommend to adopt a Class 1 L4 demolition of small structures, comma, Class 3E, new construction of small structures, comma, and Class 1A and E1, existing facilities categorical exemptions under CEQA guidelines section 15301 L4, 15303E, 15301A, and 15301E1. So that's a motion to,
long story, this is an exception from CEQA.
Right.
Adopt. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. This is to approve staff recommendation 1. Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini,
yes?
Chair Kuru,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Busa,
Yes.
Commissioner Salame.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Approve a, number 2, approve a significant property altercation permit for alterations to the main historic resource, comma, subject to the procedures outlined in the preservation treatment plan attached to the development plans to be approved.
I just want to ask of staff, are we approving, if I could correct the language, are we approving alteration to the main historic resource or the historic property, but not the main house? I want to clarify that this is not historic.
No, yeah, item 2 is for their addition to
Oh,
the
to the
rear
main
on the
house.
porch. So
Ah,
yes,
yes,
it's to
got it, got it.
the historic resource itself.
Got it.
Second.
And Madam Chair, may I help guide this particular motion? So in your packet, you have a resolution, a draft resolution. The draft resolution proposes both to approve the SPA permit, which is what the motion is that was just made, and approve the variance with the conditions that staff recommended. If I'm accurately predicting where this is going, you may not want that second part of the resolution. Therefore, I would suggest we entirely jettison the resolution. The problem is you are legally required to make findings. For the SPA permit, I would suggest you simply use the findings that were going to be adopted as part of the resolution that we've just scrapped. So with your permission, I'll just read them into the record right now. So the approval of the SPA permit would be based on the following factors. A, the alterations are designed to preserve the essential character, features, and defining elements that make the HRI property significant, and that the alterations do not modify the historic aspects of the property. B, the project proposals will not have a significant adverse effect on the integrity of the HRI property. and that the modifications preserve the defining features of the historic structure. C, the alterations will be compatible with the existing structure or district, and that the proposed alterations would be compatible with the historic materials, features, size, scale, proportion, and massing of the property. And D, the alterations are consistent with the Secretary of Interior treatment standards, and that the exterior alterations will not destroy historic materials, features, or spatial relationships that characterize the property.
Second.
But there is already a motion in a second. I was just asking for clarification that that was what the motion was about.
Okay, yes, that one, and let's go for the vote.
Wait a minute, I'm not sure I'm understanding. So what we're saying is.
Okay, so this is to approve staff recommendation 2 with the conditions that the Assistant City Attorney just read.
The findings that I just
Findings.
read.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Chair Kuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Commissioner Buza?
Yes.
Commissioner Slame?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Now for the third and interesting one. Anybody want to take a shot or guided by our attorney?
I could try to go for it, but we have to change everything in here. Number 3, approve a variance for the detached garage for an increase of the building height to 17 feet and increasing accessory building square footage to 500, what is it?
591.
Yeah, 591, and require and redesign the garage to increase the rear setback to
1.5 foot.
1.5 feet with a 1 foot overhang.
Right, reduce the rear yard coverage to be less than 40 since we're increasing that, and modify the materials to be more consistent. We are deleting that too, the part of the materials. Yes, so you get the materials.
Okay. And remove condition 6 from the actual conditions of approval.
Yep. We have a motion on that?
That's motion and second. We need a second.
Christ. I'm okay with up to the part about modifying the materials to be more consistent with the main house.
Okay.
If we take that separate, I'd be okay with the motion.
Okay, let's take it to become 4. We will do a separate motion on the material discussion. So can we just do a motion to approve until approving the variance part?
Yeah, I'll do that, that we recommend, follow me on this, okay?
1.5
Mario?
feet.
Yeah, the variance, the height to 17 feet, 591 square feet is fine. Redesign for rear setback of 1.5 feet and reduce the rear yard coverage to 40%, period. We don't have to be, okay.
Excuse me, you do need to increase the rear yard coverage from 40% to 57%.
Thank you. That's helpful. What he said.
Increase the rear yard coverage to 57. That's the motion.
Okay, Commissioner Buza made the motion. Who seconded it?
Biagini.
I think I'll have to second it because I understood that much of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
We will go Commissioner Buza, Commissioner Salem second.
And Madam Chair, once again, we've got a findings issue.
All yours.
And then you'll fix whatever the findings are that we have to change?
Well, I'm going to
Read it.
discuss with you the findings that you want to make.
Okay.
So help me make these findings. The first finding you have to make is that there are unusual conditions applying to the land or building. And the testimony I heard is that this is a corner lot, which has more significant setback requirements than other lots. And also the existing structures with their pre-1969 layout limit the available area to locate the proposed expansions. Were there any other facts? Okay.
Okay with
The granting of the variance is necessary for the preservation of substantial property rights of the petitioner, in that granting the variance would allow the petitioner to enhance a pre-1969 residential layout without impairing any of the significant historic features of the house, and many of the surrounding properties already contain taller accessory structures than allowed by code. The variance shall not materially adverse the health, safety, peace, comfort, or general welfare, and that the existing conditions include a garage that is legal nonconforming with respect to setbacks and height with no adverse effects reported. And then finally, the granting of the variance is in keeping with the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance, in that the zoning ordinance recognizes that practical difficulties may result from the strict application of certain provisions, and the existing layout of the site predates the adopted zoning ordinance, and strict application would lead to practical difficulties with the modification and enhancement of the site.
Thank you. Is there a general consensus or understanding of what was read? Okay.
Yes.
And we acknowledge, okay, so we have a motion.
Okay.
Who's going to make the motion?
He did.
He already did.
Oh, for the findings, got it. You just read out the findings. Okay.
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Chair Kuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Commissioner Busa?
Yes.
Commissioner Salame?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passed.
Okay, so now we have a separate motion for the request to modify the material or the recommendation from staff to modify the materials to be more consistent with the main house. Subject to discussion, is there a motion?
I mean, this requirement from the staff, it's not that clear. It's vague, right? How do you define what makes it more compatible with the main house? How? I mean, what's the criteria?
Subject to how you'll feel it.
Exactly. So, it's difficult, but I think I trust the architect and the homeowner. I think they can make the right choice. So I support the project. I support the architect and homeowner to make their own decision. Since you define some metal roof already, the standing seam. Yeah, I support it. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Salame, questions?
I'm going to wait, because I think Nancy's got one.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment. I do want to make one comment, kind of for the record, and for those that may be watching the proceedings tonight. This, like any other thing that comes up for variances and the like, is not something that's considered precedent setting, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. Every property is considered unique under the law. Whether you grant a variance tonight or deny it will not affect your ability to grant or deny a variance on future properties, and it will not obligate the city to approve variances on other properties.
So I want to make sure that's clear to everyone. Okay, thanks.
Comment?
I'd like to state that if I put myself in the shoes of the owner, I wouldn't want something that's incompatible to the main house and things like that, right? I would go with my fellow Commissioner Huang and say that you would trust the homeowner and the architect to do so, right? It would be in their interest to make things look as compatible and as beautiful as possible in their neighborhood. If again, I don't want a detached structure that takes away from the whole view of the house, and that's visible also from the street and the neighboring houses and things like that. So it would be in their interest to make that happen. So that would be my comment. Thank you.
Any other comments, Commissioner Biagini?
I said it before and I'll say it again, about the materials is a very tough one for me. But in the end, I am persuaded by a few things. One, while I don't think you have to tell a story using materials, I think that's kind of an interesting facet. I think that it does improve the look of the property. What persuades me the most is that knowing that neighborhood, knowing that house, I think the owner is doing everything he can to preserve the historic element and yet maintain a home that is beautiful. And since the Historic Landmark Commission approved it, I have to side with the architect and the homeowner on this one, and it's not an easy call for me. So I don't think I'm not going to be okay with requesting or recommending that we do anything different than what you've drawn up. And thank you, Chair, for showing me the difference between corrugated and the seamed version. That seamed version's a whole lot better.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
We're focusing on the roof. Rob, is the side of the structure also corrugated?
Yeah.
There you go. It's the side that is corrugated too. That's my main concern. The roof is no big deal.
That's what I thought was yours, yeah.
Yeah. Is the door going to be wood? Oh, that's nice. So you're going really nice with wood, and then you're going metal on the side. It doesn't make sense. It's a balance. I mean, God, you know,
Okay.
thank God you're not working for me.
Thank
God you're not doing a job for
here
me.
rather than a historic preservation. I see.
He makes your case better, Rob.
I think, yeah, we don't dig deeper.
You know where I'm coming from. You know where I'm coming
I hear comments, and I'm okay. Before I go, Commissioner Salem, do you have any other comments?
Yeah, I'm sorry I resort to absurd examples, but you know, if you painted it pink with purple trim, it would be unique and it would tell a story, but it wouldn't fit the context of the property that you're living in and you're preserving. So I would very much prefer, as a commissioner and for the look of the neighborhood, to find a more compatible facade, materials, coloration, and style to blend the garage more with the home as a unit, as a context, they together are the story, not separately. They don't individually have their own identity, and it would draw away from the home to have that much of a dramatic difference in every aspect of the garage directly adjacent to a beautiful home that was historic. So I am against the idea of metal as a building material next to the beautiful wood and historic look of that home. So that's my opinion, sorry.
We are a commission of 6, so we will need a majority of 4 to have any vote passed today. And so I'm ready to take anybody's motion, and unless you want to hear my color commentary.
Okay, I make a motion to remove the staff's requirement since it's weak, it's not clear. And yeah, as I mentioned, I trust the architect and the HLC's decision. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor.
Word it right.
To not modify. Basically, it is going to keep the recommendation of the applicant.
Yeah.
Those are the materials used.
All materials. All materials.
And for clarification, you've already approved the variance without the language about modifying the materials to be more consistent with the main house. So if you took no action right now, the applicant could move forward with the metal. So it wouldn't, if your direction is to not stop
Do
him from using
nothing.
metal, then you don't need to make any motion.
And if you
Well, we want
want,
to test it.
Oh, that's great.
well, then I think the more correct, okay, now we're getting technical here, but then it seems to me, based on what you're saying, is if a motion needed to be made, the motion would be to recommend that we do modify the materials to be more consistent with the main house.
Yes.
And if people don't want it to be modifying the materials, then just don't say anything at all.
Correct.
The previous motion covers.
Right, so what my fellow
I
commissioners,
withdraw my motion.
okay, there we go.
So now we need a motion only to say whether we need to modify the
Go for it.
materials or not. Say that again?
I don't know how to word it so that yes is yes.
We could just say it in words what you want.
Okay, I move that we propose a modification to the building materials and facade of the garage to more accurately match that of the home it serves.
Okay, match or be compatible. if you're-
Yeah, match or compatible.
Is there a second to the motion from Commissioner Salem?
I second, so we can have a vote.
Okay? We have a motion and a second.
So this is basically to approve staff recommendation 3, is that correct?
No.
No,
We've already
okay.
approved we've already taken action on the variance. This is to modify the last action, to add a condition that the building materials more accurately match the materials on the home.
I would say match or compatible.
Yeah, compatible, not match, match. Kind of comes down to the wire.
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
No.
Commissioner Biagini?
No?
Chair Kuru?
Yes?
Commissioner Wang?
No. The reason is this motion is too vague, not clear. So you see it's more compatible. If the architect say, oh, I think this is compatible, go ahead, do it. Thank you.
Okay, we will have to come back. I already see.
Commissioner Buza?
Yes.
So we have a 3 and 3.
Commissioner Salam?
Oh, but you were the one who passed the motion.
Just to be official.
Yeah, 3 and 3
3 and 3,
this
so it
motion
doesn't pass.
failed.
Yeah.
fails.
Okay. So now we need another motion. I'm going to offer,
And again, I would suggest if your direction is to not modify the materials, you could just
We're done.
move on.
We're done.
You don't need a motion at
Yeah,
this
the motion
point.
failed.
Failed, so we're done.
Yes.
Done, yes, right.
okay.
Unless somebody has another motion that they'd like
No,
to
I
bring.
was
but
just
there's
trying
no-
to say, because of the clarification that it's too vague, if there is a way to actually bring more specificity to the vagueness,
has the
that it
right to-
not be metal and it not be,
That's what you could say if you wanted to.
and then you could leave every other material open for staff consideration, because we already have minor approvals recommended. But we could be more specific about what we don't want happening, which is the corrugated metal siding on a corner street that would either detract or, reduce the significance of the historic resource itself. So that's, I would say, my motion, to consider a specific recommendation to not have the metal siding.
If you want to make a motion on that, then I'll second that.
Okay? Just get rid of the metal siding. I'm open to the metal seam, but I would not like the metal siding,
The corrugated metal siding?
the corrugated metal siding.
I see. And you're just referring to the siding, not the roof? They still have discretion with the roof?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to get a second, right?
Yeah, there's a second, there's a motion on the floor.
I'm sorry, who made the second?
Boozer.
So this would be modifying the variance approval to add a condition to prohibit the use of corrugated metal siding.
Yeah, we can, Yes.
So I'm actually more in favor of the architect if we make that kind of a motion, because we're trying to draw a tiny box around the issue and force him down a path of a specific design. And I don't think it's our prerogative to define the exact design. We can define the aesthetic and say, please make it more compatible. But to say you can't use stucco, you can't use metal, and you can't use chicken wire. Well, you can start a list of all the things you can't use, and it will become canonical. It'll be gigantic, and we'll spend the rest of the night trying to list out everything we don't want them to use. I'm against metal, but I'm not against
But you're not for
specifically metal.
Okay.
Make a quick point on this. That's why the way it was written, it makes a lot of sense. It says modify the materials to be more consistent with the main house. So that means what they're trying to say with this, you cannot twist it around. We can think, right? So it has to be wood, like a wood siding to kind of match the house or something like that, or shingles or whatever on the side to kind of match the outside aesthetic. That's what you were trying to accomplish. Otherwise, if you leave the metal, it's like almost putting like a shipping container in the back and putting doors on it. And that's what it's going to look like. you know? That's what the corrugated metal looks like.
Then I have a question. So, and I understand what you're saying. I think the whole issue is probably this corrugated metal on the sides. But I also understand Commissioner Salem's point that, you know, what do you want to tell every architect? You
What
can
type
use
of material
these
to use.
4, but not these 17, and if you come up with something else, you better talk to us again, you know, boxing them in. So my question then with legal is, to be more consistent, that term of art, whatever you want to call it, what happens next? If that passes and they come up with another idea, does it come back to us? Or is it just,
No.
you know, administrative?
If it becomes a condition of approval. If you violate a condition of approval, you go to code enforcement based on a complaint basis.
And they get to decide whether or not that's consistent or otherwise?
Consistent, and I imagine our code enforcement would give pretty
But see, here's my problem, all right?
Yes.
If that's the way it
Yes.
proceeds, right?
Yes.
We kind of get back to what you were talking about, Lance. Okay, so they build it with I don't know what, the X factor, and then somebody says, hey, that doesn't look at all like the main house. Now they've gone through this expense, and it goes to code enforcement, and somebody in code enforcement says, yeah, you were supposed to be consistent, and I don't evaluate what you did to be in compliance with being consistent. Okay. Y'all gave us a good one, huh?
And we were going to call it a night, huh?
Yeah.
I know.
What?
Complicating something that is simple. Yeah. That is simple.
Thank you for your indulgence. The planning manager has reminded me of an extra step that would take place, which she would love to describe right now.
So after the planning approval, the applicant would then apply for their building permits. During the building permit review process, the project does get referred to planning, and we do a conformance review of what they've submitted to building and what was approved at planning. So if it didn't match and didn't meet the conditions of approval, our comments back would be you can't approve the building permit until they submit plans that conform.
And that would then come back to us.
If they didn't want to conform to the
In
condition,
other words, it's all going to be administrative at this point.
yes, it would be
There
administrative.
would be a planning staff member who would
Correct.
determine compatibility and.
Before there's
if-
money expended on building and then saying, oh, yeah, nice, but not what I
Exactly.
like.
Right.
Correct.
That would be the same thing as the condition is recommending right now. Modify
More
the materials.
consistent.
You would not have seen the materials and/or the actual final.
And if we end up with 3 and 3, the motion doesn't pass because you don't have a majority, right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask another technical question at great risk. And if it's 3 and 3, can the applicant then say, yeah, but I want to wait until we have a full 7 people so I don't have to go into this?
The applicant, as of this moment, has an approved variance. He can apply for a building permit tomorrow if you take no further action tonight. You've approved the variance. The only question now is whether or not you're going to amend that to add a condition.
To modify.
That is the procedural posture you're in right now.
Okay, so I think I can read the room a little. There is a motion and a second on the floor. I want to make sure either we go through it since we had only deliberations, but we can definitely modify it or we retract the motion. So that's one option to do.
And the motion is?
To prohibit the use of corrugated metal siding by modifying the variance approval, by adding a condition.
By limiting or prohibiting is much stronger word, by not allowing the corrugated metal siding, but everything else would be.
And I'm sorry, I've got a little bit of a hearing problem right now, so, okay.
Okay.
So it's the specificity motion.
Yeah, it's more just the siding and the metal. We have a motion and a second,
Okay,
so we just have to go through the rhythm.
okay. Commissioner Botnagar,
No.
Commissioner Biagini,
No.
Chair Kuru,
Yes?
Commissioner Wang,
No.
Commissioner Buza? Yes. Commissioner Salem?
Okay, but that
Wait,
passes.
I have to be consistent. I
Yes, you
don't agree
do.
with that.
Motion,
Yes,
motion
absolutely.
fails.
Okay.
No, motion failed.
No, I get it. Now we are going to go back to the original.
Yeah.
The approval stays with the condition 3 still validated, or whatever we had in our findings. So we don't need to do another motion. Thank you again for the deliberation and for the applicant's patience with this discussion, but you get the message. And thank you for all your contributions to our other commission as well. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
That's just crossed.
Done. Okay, we thought this was going to be a simple night, didn't we?
Yeah.
Thank you, I
Okay,
think.
then
Bye. Have a
Nothing
good
like that.
project.
Our best to you, and I'd say thank you, I think, but you know, it was an interesting conversation, so. Oh, you have a beautiful home, Ed. No doubt, you have a beautiful home.
Thank you, staff. Moving on, commissioners. Where's the item for today? Public hearing. Okay, so actual public hearing item, action on a vesting tentative subdivision map for 15 condominium units at 3575 De La Cruz Boulevard. CEQA use of the 2010-2035 General Plan Environmental Impact Report per Public Resources Code Section 21094.5 and State CEQA Guidelines Section 15183.3, streamlining for infill projects. So, staff, if you want to have a presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We have project planner here, Nimisha Agrawal, who will be giving a brief presentation for you before going to the applicant.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sharing my screen. Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nimisha Agrawal, and I am the project planner for this project before you. This The request before you is to recommend approval for the vesting tentative subdivision map for 15 condominium units at 3575 De La Cruz Boulevard, and also recommend to the City Council, that the City Council find that the proposed subdivision is within the scope of the 2010-2035 General Plan EIR, per the Public Resource Code Section 21094.5 and also State CEQA Guidelines Section 15183.3, streamlining for infill projects as detailed in an appendix and checklist. Here is the project site highlighted in the red. It's about 0.69 acre parcel. The general plan is very low density residential, and the zoning is quasi-public, public park or recreation. It is surrounded by single-family homes to the north and to the east, and light industrial uses to the south. It is right across the street from the Montague Park. Here are a couple of images, the street view showing the vacant site and the single-family homes to the north and the light industrial uses to the south. A little bit of background. It's a city-owned parcel. It was originally developed as a fire station, and it is currently vacant. Habitat for Humanity, the developers, they were selected through the RFP process. The project utilizes an Assembly Bill 3194, which we have seen other projects in the city have utilized. And we know that it allows Assembly Bill AB 3194 basically allows the developers or a site to be developed without having to rezone, as long as it conforms to the objective standards of a zoning district that is consistent with the general plan. Here, the city made the findings that the project is consistent with the objective standards of the R1-6L zoning district, which is consistent with the general plan designation for the site. The architectural review approval was received at the development review hearing on February 1st, 2023. To briefly describe what was approved at the DRH meeting earlier or last month, It's a proposal is to construct 15 affordable condominium units at a density of 21.73 units per acre. It's going to be a single building, about 20,000 square feet, with a variety of unit sizes. 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and 4 bedroom units. The project it's a 100% affordable project, providing 2 units out of the 15 to be moderate income units. The rest will be very low density or low density units. The project is allowed to use 4 incentives under the density bonus law. The project provides the parking, one covered and one uncovered parking per unit for a total of 30 parking spaces. And it provides the required bike parking, 15 class 1 and 2 class 2 bicycle parkings. It also provides the open space and landscaping as listed here. Now the proposal, this was what was approved at the architectural or the development review hearing on February 1st. The proposal before you is to approve or recommend approval of the vesting tentative map, as it should be consistent with the architectural approval as well as the zoning. And also, the Subdivision Map Act requires that all subdivision maps be consistent with the general plan. The subdivision clearance committee of the city found on February 14th of this year that the subdivision that is proposed is consistent with the approved site plan improvements, private streets, surface parking, landscape open areas, and associated utilities on the project for the proposal. Staff has also confirmed that the proposed subdivision will not result in any inconsistencies with the general plan and the zoning designations for the property. Here is the vesting tentative map. Here is De La Cruz Boulevard, access through a single driveway. And here is the building that is proposed, and the trash enclosure, and there is a PG&E easement to the rear of the property that is part of the project. Is a rendering. Again, the De La Cruz Boulevard is here, and there's 2 perspective images from the rear of the property. As discussed earlier, on the CEQA, the project utilizes the general plan EIR per the public resource code section mentioned here, and also the state CEQA guidelines section, streamlining for infill projects, which requires them to prepare an appendix and checklist, which was approved at the development review hearing on February 1st, 2023. The vesting tentative subdivision map does not result in any new impacts on the environment or significantly increase the severity of any previously identified impacts. Public comments. There's no public comments that were received on the vesting tentative map. I would like to say, mention that there were public comments that were received at the development review hearing and also at the community meeting held for the project earlier. And the developer voluntarily agreed to work with the residential neighbors to the north and to the east to provide, to address their privacy concerns through landscaping and other screening on the fence. The staff recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council that the proposed subdivision is within the scope of the General Plan EIR per the Public Resource Code Section 21094.5 and State CEQA Guidelines Section 15183.3, streamlining for infill projects as detailed in an appendix and checklist, and also adopt a resolution to recommend to the City Council approving the vesting tentative subdivision map to develop the parcel with 15 condominium units at the property located at 3575 De La Cruz Boulevard. And that concludes the staff presentation. Staff is available for any questions. The applicant is also here with a brief presentation um, and here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions of staff, Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Nimisha, can you go to your last slide, please?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Is this, can you see it now?
Yes, I
Is this
can.
the one?
So I was just being specific about one word that appears to be missing, and I think it's important. So initially in your presentation, you mentioned these are going to be 15 affordable condominiums. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
So in resolution 2, or second part of your recommendation, I would like that to be specific with 15
correct.
affordable condominiums.
Yes, that is correct. It is affordable. It should be affordable condominium units.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Any other comments or questions to staff? Commissioner Huang?
Yeah, just a question. This is a city-owned parcel, right? So after built, what's going on with these condos? Sell to, or you sell it?
Yeah, these are for sale units. These are condominium units for sale. I think the applicant's presentation would can elaborate on that. You know how they will be maintained and how they will be made available.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Can you?
Other questions to staff?
Yes. Can you tell me which way the parking lot of the condos is oriented? Is it oriented to the industrial side or to the residential side? I wasn't seeing that on the layout.
Yes, of course. So sharing the screen again. So this is De La Cruz Boulevard, and this is the north side where the residential uses are, and the parking is oriented towards the north side. The industrial uses are located on the south side, and the building is oriented towards that side to maintain the privacy, to address the privacy concerns of the residential development to the north.
Okay. So one more question. There was no concern over the electrical and wires and everything being that near the back of the facility? I'm surprised.
So it was reviewed by the project clearance committee, and appropriate conditions were added by the public works and SVP. So yes, that was reviewed, and that was there were discussions around that, but that was resolved.
Okay.
How was the result?
Do we have any additional comments that you'd like to share on how it was resolved, Nimisha?
I think, you know, we can look at the conditions of approval in the development review hearing, with the development review hearing, the architectural approval that were added to the project. And for example, there was a discussion about construction of the fence along the southern boundary and how it could not be a new fence or a masonry fence. And the conclusion was to have a wood fence. And there were discussions about how the post of the fence can be still be wood fence, and how SVP will be able to maneuver around those areas in case it is needed. That's one example. There were many other things that were discussed for the architectural review approval. The location of the transformers in the front. And again, all of that was reviewed through the project clearance committee and then approved at the development review hearing. I hope that answers some of the questions.
We can review the public works engineering questions as well as
Yeah.
the confirmation on other utilities as well. So I'm assuming that all of the engineering and utility entities have reviewed this and given their feedback.
Mhm.
Any other questions or comments before I go? Nimisha, thank
more.
you. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Saleh.
Was there community engagement? Was anybody consulted, talked to, get any feedback?
Yes. So even before the formal application was submitted, I believe there were 2 community meetings held, and then after the submission of the formal application, 1 community meeting was held in November, probably November 14th of last year. Um, it was attended by uh, um, a few residents, basically the residents who are to the adjacent developments to this project. And there were active discussions with the developer to address the privacy concerns, and that with the property owner to the north and to the east. And there were some like I said, the developer agreed to provide additional landscaping and also to the east, and to the north side to address those concerns. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Any other comments before we go to applicant's presentation? Okay, do we open it for public hearing first and then invite the applicant?
Applicant.
Open.
Applicant first.
Applicant, we invite the applicant, and I'm assuming it's Habitat. I did see a hand go up, Rob, or Habitat for Humanity.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Rob Simons. I'm the Director of Housing Development for Habitat for Humanity East Bay Silicon Valley. We are the applicant on this project. If you will allow me to share my screen.
We're just promoting you. 1 second.
Rob, you should be able to share screen.
Can everyone see that?
Yeah, we are waiting. There you go.
There we go. Yes, again, we are Habitat for Humanity East Bay Silicon Valley. We build strength, stability, and self-reliance through shelter. We have been in business for 36 years in the East Bay and South Bay. We have completed over 10 projects in Silicon Valley, including a couple of projects in Santa Clara. We've serviced approximately 13,000 people in the 3 counties that we do business in the Bay Area here. We provide services including building new homes, doing home renovations, home preservation, and we are a HUD-approved homeowner counseling agency. We've been doing green building developments and doing multi-home developments since 2000. We are planning on this being a 100% affordable housing project. We are not even commissioned to build market rate housing. So all the homes that Habitat builds and new homes that Habitat builds and sells are affordable homes. We anticipate that the homes in this development will service incomes from 40% to 120% of the area median income in Santa Clara County. In 2022, this household income is approximately $53,900 to $200,100, depending on the household size. So that ranges from 2 people in a household up to 8 people in a household. The typical people that we would look to being the types of workers that would buy these homes are teachers and instructors, public agency employees, retail, restaurant, service, and office workers, police officers, and firemen, those sorts of things. This gives you, again, an idea of the development with the large power easement to the rear of the property, and in front, a driveway leading into the 15 garages and entrances to the second-story flats. The entrances to the first-story flats are between the industrial site and the building itself. That's really the gist of my presentation. Our preliminary project schedule is getting, we had project approvals in February of 2023 with the development review hearing. We are hoping to get the Planning Commission's approval of our tentative vesting tentative map at this meeting, and then get city council approvals for that same map in April of this year. That would allow us to begin construction of or development of our construction documents from April 23 or of 2023 until we estimate February of 2024, at which time building permits and site development permits would be available to us. We would start construction in March of 2024 and hopefully complete all of construction by January of 2026. As Nimisha mentioned before, we have had discussions with the property owners directly to the north and east of us, and have proposed some mitigating measures to have them happier with our proposed development here. Happy to answer any questions you may have about the project.
Thank you, Rob. Questions from Mr. Buzek?
I have a question. Why is it going to take so long to the completion? And also, what's the average price of the units you think is going to sell for? Because it looks like the longer you wait, the higher the cost in labor, the higher the cost in building materials.
It takes us typically about 21 months to build a project, especially one that's 3 stories such as this. Site work typically takes somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 6 months to do all of the underground installs and then build a foundation for the building itself. Then we can begin vertical construction, which takes about 15 months for that to occur. So it's roughly 21 months start to finish for a project of this magnitude. It's hard to predict what the sales prices would be right now. We have some additional funding requirements that we need to go through with the county to access Measure A funds. They are aware of this project. They actually sat on the committee that approved Habitat for approval of the our response to the RFP for this project. So we anticipate having those discussions in sometime either the spring or summer to get that last piece of our funding approved for this project. While that's going on, like I said, we will be developing our construction documents with hope of having a building permit in February. I would think that the prices of these units would be somewhere in the high, for the very low units that we are proposing here, somewhere in the neighborhood of 175,000 to 200,000 roughly. The low income units would be in the $250,000 to $300,000 range. And then the couple of moderate income units will probably be in the $375,000 to $400,000 range.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to bring something to life for you. There's a construction being done in Monroe and San Tomas. There's 4 stories high, and it's been almost close to 6 months. It's almost completed. I don't know how how they can do that, and it's going to take you 2 years almost to get yours done.
I can't answer that one. It may be a modular build project.
No, it's from scratch. It was from scratch. I watched it every day. I go by there every day.
We'll get the GC, but I think we can gain definitely some time in our building permit process. But we'll give that city the ability. Commissioner Lance, I see the hand.
Aye. So what was the decision factor to go to this density level? That property appeared to be able to handle considerably more units without burdening the neighborhood. Why would you go to the current level?
Well, the RFP stated that they wanted a proposal between 15 and 20 units.
Yeah, it was in the RFP that it required a minimum of 15, I read, but.
Yes, that is correct, a minimum of 15. To do any greater density than that, we would have had to put an underground structure in for handling all of the parking on the site, and that's cost prohibitive for a small site like this.
Got it. Commissioner.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it just doesn't appear that small. I would have assumed parking on the first floor with 2 stories above. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we can't build anything in the power line easement at the rear of it, which is a substantial, almost a third of the site.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
Same feeling with the lands. The land is so valuable. Hope we can use them correctly. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wang. Any other feedback? Commissioner Bhatnagar, Commissioner Biagini? Okay, I'll just share the sentiment. I think the question is the land that is on the PG&E easement still with your project, or is that transferred over to you, or is that with the city still?
All of the land is still with the city. The transfer of property will not occur until we have all of our project approvals in place. So the vesting tentative map, just not just by the Planning Commission, but also City Council.
And so the question to staff, is that the PG&E actually another lot? Or is that like a separate lot created by this 15?
It's a portion of the PG&E easement that is included in this side.
So it's an easement.
It is an easement that's included. But the clarification is helpful. Is this a ground lease? This applicant here, thank you. Question to staff. Is this like a ground lease, or are we selling stock barrel to the new property owners?
I'll leave that to the applicant. I think we're selling it.
Yes, you're transferring title to Habitat for Humanity, and once we complete building of the project, we will sell each one of the individual units to the homeowners. So they will all be fee simple title transfers.
So you are first purchasing the land from city?
Yes.
Oh, one more question.
We're acquiring the land from the city.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that additional clarification. Are any other comments or feedback? Question to applicant? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I have a real quick question for you. So what's the stipulation that somebody buys a property and let's say in 2-3 years decide to sell it at double the profit? What contingencies do you have attached to the property itself?
We place a deed restriction on the property that protects the affordability for in this case, it's going to be a minimum of 55 years. So if somebody desires to, they purchase the new unit and 3 years down the road, per your example, they decide to sell. 2 things occur. One is that there is a deed restriction that prevents them from selling it to anybody that makes more money than what is allowed by the original sale of their unit. So, and that's whether it's a very low or moderate income unit. But also Habitat has the first right of refusal to buy that unit back from the current homeowner. We go in, put a new coat of paint in, do any repairs to the unit itself, and then we sell it to a new homeowner with the same income strata.
So in case they foreclose on their loan, you'll be taking over the loan then and reselling the property. Is that correct?
That is correct. And for some of these units, we may be actually even the bank that is originating the mortgage.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? A question for the applicant. Are you acting as like the property manager as well?
We will establish a HOA, a homeowners association for the project. We sit on that homeowners association for 1 year, approximately, sometimes 18 months. And then we allow the homeowners themselves to operate that HOA in the future. We do have we'll contract out with an HOA management company that will oversee the maintenance of the HOA. And then, like I said, the homeowners themselves will sit on the homeowners association. But there will be a professional management company that manages the property.
Okay. All right. Not seeing any other questions to applicant. We can, any other members, open it for public hearing, comments. Do we have anybody from the members of the public? I saw a couple of hands go up. I'm not sure if it was just Rob's, and I saw Larry. Staff, my laptop is gone, but.
Yeah, no, there's currently no hands raised.
Okay. Seeing none in the chambers or online, we can move to close public hearing. Am I hearing close public?
Yes, correct.
Public hearing? Okay.
Just so moved.
Okay.
Seconded.
Like.
I seconded it.
Got it. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Chair Kuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Commissioner Buza? Commissioner Slame?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion. I have my color commentary. I do like this project, despite probably having maybe a slightly more density. I think the density is appropriate compared to some things that I'm hoping not to see. But the density relative to the intent, while I'm sure it doesn't make a dent in the affordable housing that we need, I think the intent and the goal is very appropriate. Thank you, Habitat for Humanity, for bidding on this project and actually winning it and bringing it forward to this level of completion and approvals. I truly hope you get the Measure A funding. I support the goals that this housing should support our teachers. And I want to make sure, if it's possible, that we ensure that it's the affordable housing residents intended to primarily serve our residents who serve in our community, teachers, instructors, public agency employees, retail, restaurant service, office workers, and any other service providers who are in that income range in Santa Clara City, before we allow it to go to Santa Clara County and then beyond. But that's my 2 cents of being vested in our city's priority. But I want to also acknowledge the staff for bringing this forward. It was a 21 application. I see the effort that has been in play since 21, and to bring it this far would have taken quite a journey. Thank you again for keeping in consideration the residential neighborhoods to the north and allowing the parking to be the barrier for anything that would be overwhelmingly large or close to limit sunlight or privacy. And I appreciate that the city has taken this as its own interest. I do acknowledge and wish that we had slightly increased the density. And the cost to the city to sell this kind of a premium lot, I hope, was worth the density that you are able to achieve. Okay, that's my color commentary. Any other commentary? Yes, Commissioner Biagini.
I couldn't have said it better. Thank you, especially with respect to service workers, city workers. Lance will be happy that I say letter carriers. All those teachers that need an affordable place to live who work in the city. Although I also recognize that the debate over definition of affordable is quite interesting these days. But beyond that bit of a comment, I couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other additional comments before we move to make a motion? Go ahead.
So thank you, Chair. I think, wholeheartedly support this project. Just noting that my colleague here, Commissioner Bouza, already mentioned by the time these units are built in 2026, that'll be 3 years into the current 8-year plan. And we'll be gaining 15. Or at best, if you modify some things into maybe 20 units, right? So that this is still a drop in the ocean. For me, I just wish you Godspeed, and please continue to do more such projects. Thank you.
Commentary. We'll move. I would like to hear a motion on the floor. We have 2 recommendations.
Let's make a motion.
Commissioner Biagini, and then you can do Commissioner.
There we go. Motion to recommend that the City Council, it's basically the first one, that the City Council find that the proposed subdivision is within the scope of the 2010-2035 General Plan Environmental Impact Report, AIR, per Public Resources Code Section 21094.5 and State CEQA Guidelines Section 15183.3, streamlining for infill projects as detailed in an appendix and checklist. In other words, recommendation 1.
Is there a second?
Chair, I would like to make sure that these are affordable units that we are building.
Yes, that will be in the second. You can make that friendly correction.
And I'd just like to clarify, the developer is bound by contract to develop affordable units. He is legally required to build them as affordable units already.
Thank you for that confirmation. Okay,
Okay.
we have a motion, and I'm looking for the second.
Second.
Commissioner Bhatnagar seconded.
Okay. Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini,
Yes.
Chair Kuru,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Bouza, Commissioner Slame.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to the applicant and to the city. Small but small wins do count. I want us to celebrate that as we continue to make greater strides. But thank you, applicant Habitat for Humanity. We wish you best, and we wish you more projects in our city.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to number 2.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Adopt the resolutions to recommend the city council approve the vesting tentative subdivision map to develop the parcel 101-15-049 with 15 condominiums at the property located at 3575 De La Cruz Boulevard.
Second.
Great. Okay. Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini,
Yes.
Chair Kuru,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Bouza, Commissioner Slame.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. The motion passed.
So copy paste my comment from front to back. We got to have it light here compared to last night.
So we're moving on now to the study session.
Hopefully, yes.
Okay.
I request a
Roberto, thank you for
5-minute
being so patient.
Okay, before we go there, Commission would like to take, I'm so sorry, thank you so much for waiting patiently. 5 minutes? Yeah. 5 minutes, Commission, members and staff. We'll give you a break, and please be here back 8:26.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Calling back the commission to order, 8:26 or 7? 8:27. We will now proceed with the study session. Staff, if you want to introduce the team and the topic.
The study session is on public engagement, and we have two staff people from ILG, and I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourselves. We do apologize for the delay, and we're really glad you're here to give this presentation to the Planning Commission.
No problem. Thank you. And good evening. I will go ahead and start sharing my screen. Hopefully you'll be able to see that. But yes, good evening, and thank you for having us today. You know, we normally, I think, planned on having this be a 2-hour presentation, but I think with just how late we are, we're going to try and move along a little quickly, but certainly we'll have breaks throughout for any questions that might come up, and certainly want to make this interactive. But you know, I'll just kind of start off with, there we go. I'm Roberto Carlos Torres, a Senior Program Manager with the Institute for Local Government, and I'm joined today with my colleague, Hannah Stelmakovich, who's our Program Manager, and we're the Public Engagement and Equity team really in the Institute for Local Government, and we're really excited to come speak to you today about some best practices really around engagement and outreach. Before I kind of jump in, I want to take a little bit of time to just talk about ILG. You know, we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan, and really we're here to help local governments, right? We are the nonprofit training and education affiliate with our 3 statewide organizations known as Cal Cities, the California State Association of Counties, or CSAC, and the California Special Districts Association, or CSDA. And along with our affiliates, we serve over 2,500 cities, counties, and special districts. And what we aim to do is really provide that practical and easy to use resources so that local agencies can really effectively implement policies on the ground and build those better relationships with community. Real briefly, our subject areas center around 4 main program areas with leadership and governance, civics, education, and workforce, sustainable and resilient communities, and like I mentioned, Hannah and I work in the public engagement and equity space. And our services are wide-ranging, but primarily centered around education and training, like what we're doing here today. But we also provide hands-on technical assistance to local jurisdictions, capacity building, and really also serve as a convener to really help build and bridge connections with either between jurisdictions or within the communities. Today, we do have quite a bit to cover, but I think we'll be able to get this done fairly quickly. But we have 4 main things that we'll be talking about today. The first really just being some context setting around what we mean when we talk about public engagement and outreach. We'll briefly mention some of the work that your city is already currently doing. Then we'll kind of share some effective messaging and outreach techniques and really wrap up the day with kind of the crux of today, talking about public engagement and best practices. And like I said, we'll kind of go through this and have an opportunity at the end of certain sections to really open it up to any questions that you have, but also feel free as we're going through the presentation to jump in and ask any questions that you might have as we go along. So the first thing we want to do today is take a quick poll. Hopefully you received either in chambers now or ahead of time a kind of agenda for today's session. In there on the top was a QR code or URL that can help you get you to our instant polling software called Menti. So if you're able to now go to that QR code or URL, if you're using the URL, enter the participant code, and then we'll be able to do some quick polling.
Staff, you're going to have to help us. Yeah. Perfect. Give us a minute. Yes, we are.
And as you log in, you can either use a smart device or a computer. With your computer, you'll want to enter that URL that was provided to you earlier. Once you log in, you'll be able to see the first prompt, which is asking, what do you love most about Santa Clara?
That's 2 words, not allowed.
Oh, one word we get?
Great, I'm seeing some participation there. And hopefully we'll get a few more.
And as all of you participating, you see the word cloud is changing its shape as we get more input. So we see some vibrant, beautiful hometown weather, people, jobs. It's a safe community. It's a prosperous community.
Awesome. I think, yep, now we have everyone's participation on. Awesome. And yeah, the things that are popping out are beautiful, community, peaceful, safe, prosperous, the people, hometown. These are really great. These are really great. And we always like to start off with this question just to kind of get to know a little bit of what you like about the city. So, getting into it a bit more, we'd like to know what words come to mind when you think about a more engaged Santa Clara.
No, Nancy, don't put that down.
Hey, who said I put that down?
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on one more. Great. Awesome. Yeah. As I think we got you all now, and what we're seeing is equitable, responsive, access, accountability, and definitely some other ones, right? Like the acknowledgement that it's not enough, right? That there's a need for transparency, and there's one for a concert in the park. That's a great opportunity to do some more of that engagement, right? But that's kind of the reason why we want to talk today, right, is to see how you can always improve. 100% participation is near impossible. However, always having a more engaged demographic is really important to be able to help with decisions, and we'll kind of cover a bit of that today. Our last question for this section is just, what is a challenge for engagement in Santa Clara? Awesome. Yeah, we're getting some in, and I think we're still waiting on a few more, but certainly reaching affected residents and potential residents. Community engagement lacking, as evidenced by participation in the planning commissioner meetings, right? People involved, reaching those affected, again, coming up. The ability to reach a wider audience in a timely manner. Better messaging is critical, and we'll definitely be covering some of that. And transparency on engagement, increasing that participation and interest, right? Record keeping of past efforts to account for final approval. These are really great, and certainly things that we will be covering as we move along in the process. So really good. Appreciate you participating. Keep those QR codes handy, or at least the web browser open, because we won't be using that one more time throughout the presentation here. But give me a second as we jump right back in. And great. So, before we kind of dive into the crux of the presentation, we want to kind of set the context. We want to understand what we mean when we say things like engagement and outreach, and how we're able to really work on achieving that good governance and equity through public engagement. So when we talk about engagement, you usually hear things like civic engagement, outreach, marketing. And so we wanted to specify kind of what we mean by each of those, right? And that civic engagement piece is really about how folks are engaging with their government, right? That can be attending a public hearing, such as the Planning Commission or City Council meeting, but it can also be something as simple as voting, right? That is typically what we mean by that civic engagement piece. Then there's a level of public information and outreach. It's really a one-way form of communication, letting the community know what's going on, right? Similarly, with marketing and advertising, it's about promoting what's happening within the city, really showcasing what Santa Clara has to offer and making that public so that folks are knowing what's going on, right? Then we get to public engagement, which is really about ways to gather input and information to help the decision making. So with public engagement, it is a very broad, and you can think of it as a two-way form of communication, where it can do a lot of that informational setting, but also get information from the community as to their priorities and needs. This is why public engagement is so critical in what we talk about. And so in asking why engage the public, there are really 6 main reasons for doing engagement and doing it well. The first is really about better identifying the values, needs, and priorities of the community that you're serving, right? If you don't know what they need, how are you able to provide those services or be responsive, right? But also in that process of engagement, we're also seeing more residents getting informed of the process, of the lingo that's going on, and really what's happening in their community. This ultimately, getting to hear from residents and better informing them, really does help improve that local decision-making that is so critical to offering services at the local level. And what we've seen is that with more community buy-in, you get more support, right? And things become less contentious. That doesn't mean that you're always going to be getting more supportive items, right? There will always be opposition, or it's never likely that a vote goes down 100% support, right? However, when people feel more heard and involved in the process, there tends to be more support. And with that process, a faster project implementation, right? We've all heard and seen of different lawsuits that come out because people don't feel heard in the process. Well, when you're able to address those things head on at the beginning and early in the process, you really curb the amount of lawsuits and delays that projects see. And you start seeing faster implementation of housing, for example, but even just building parks and things like that. The overall foundation, though, is that you start seeing folks that trust government more and the process, right? When we're able to engage and listen to community, we start showing them the need and the trust in the process, so that even though they may not always be supportive of a decision, they can trust that they will have a voice and be able to influence the ultimate outcome. But honestly, it's also about addressing equity, right? And when we talk about equity, we have to always acknowledge what we mean in relation to equality, right? When we talk about equality, which is represented here in the pink box, you see everyone getting the exact same bicycle, right? Even the girl at the top on a bumpy road, or the person in a wheelchair that's going up a ramp, they're all getting the exact same size bike that really is only useful to the person in the middle on a flat road. Equity is really about giving folks what they need depending on their circumstances and conditions, right? So the child at the top gets a bike that can handle bumpy roads and is appropriately sized for that individual. And the person who requires a wheelchair gets a mobility device that can help them move up the ramp. What you start seeing is that these folks have equal opportunity to move along in the process. And that's the ultimate goal of equity, is to ensure that by meeting the different needs of each person, we're able to get them all to the equal level. But to advance equity requires that intentional action, right? We have to look at the historical inequities and barriers that are being faced by individual communities or areas to understand what is their need. And this is what we talk about ensuring that it is achieved through authentic engagement. And I'll pass it over to Hannah to talk a little bit more about exactly what authentic engagement is.
Thanks, Roberta, and good evening, everyone. So authentic public engagement is a popular word that you might have heard here and there, and definitely applying for the state grants. That's what the state wants, authentic public engagement. What does it mean? It means inclusive engagement, meaning that the community that is engaged, the residents that are engaged on any specific project is actually representative of the socio-demographics of your community, and meaning that the jurisdiction goes above and beyond to engage those folks who don't traditionally participate to ensure their engagement is inclusive. Authentic public engagement is accessible. What does it mean? It means overcoming the unique challenges from the community. Accessible means presenting information in a more accessible way that communities can digest. We all have different educational levels, and some of us are more savvy with the technical terms and some of us are not. Accessible means if you're hosting those public workshops, for example, for working families or single parents, we're providing potentially childcare or offering different times, or going to the people and meeting where they are to make sure people have opportunities to participate, or setting up the workshops next to the transit stops for those who don't have reliable cars at the moment. Authentic public engagement is dialogue-based. It's a two-way communication. It's not only sending information out, but actually hearing back from people and figuring out how to respond to that feedback and how is it incorporated. Finally, accessible, authentic public engagement is culturally competent engagement, meaning that materials and messaging that we're using are actually resonate with various groups, different socioeconomic groups. Another way to think about public engagement is using this IP2 spectrum of public participation. The spectrum has been developed by the International Association of Public Participation, and it helps you to narrow down your public engagement goals. What are we doing with our public engagement? As you move from the left-hand side of the spectrum to the right-hand side of the spectrum, your level of public impact on the decision-making is increasing. So in the left-hand side spectrum, we start with the inform column. Inform is that outreach, that's sending information out, either A, informing about the project, or B, promoting upcoming public engagement opportunities. So what the promise that you're making to the public, you're the trust building mechanism in your informed column is providing this objective information. This is what is happening. These are the facts. Come to participate or learn about ABC. In the consult box, we starting this dialogue with the public, and we're getting their feedback on solutions or alternatives. And to ensure transparency and to build the trust with the public, you're making a promise to the public. We're going to hear from you, but we may or may not incorporate your feedback in the decision making. So just making that very clear. As we deepen in the engagement and moving along the spectrum to the right-hand side, you're starting collaborating with the public a little bit more. Not only you're hearing them, but also you're ensuring that you're actually addressing their concerns and ideas are being incorporated in the solutions. And finally, collaborate, again, just working with the public as partners, you're partnering up and coming up with those solutions together. And empower when decision-making is actually delegated to the public, which we've seen in some, potentially in some of the project, but it's a little bit less rare. So next, we're gonna ask you, along the spectrums, again, informing public and outreach is gonna be part of any engagement project, but not every outreach and inform is engagement. Sometimes the purpose of the project is just to inform the public, and that's okay. So what you're seeing on the screen is just a variety of in-person engagement options, depending where a particular engagement project, where you are with a certain engagement projects. For example, if you are, building a new park, and you say, you know what, we're just gonna let public know what we're doing, and that's okay. They can come to the, the meetings and share the concerns, and that's okay. If you want to set up outside workshops with them or have some deliberative polling to kind of narrow down the options, you really want the park design represent ideas and suggestions from the public, you kind of going to be in that involved box with more robust workshops. If you're collaborating with the public, perhaps you want to set up the park committee, or if there's a lot of different options and everyone wants different features in the park, you want to set up some consensus building exercises to make sure that the public is to figure out where's the consensus with the park design. So we're not going to dive in any of these options, just showing to you that depending where you are with the goals of the public engagement project, you can select different tools from this toolbox. There's a variety of tools for the virtual engagement as we moved towards virtual engagement, and we are there to stay. I'm just gonna focus maybe on inform and consult a column. So there's another way to inform the public besides maybe sending traditional emails and posting, on social media. We can use fun infographics that really help them to digest information. Some visual simulations is another fun way to learn about the information. PowerPoints with the smart art, live stream presentations. In the consult phase, where you really need to understand a quick understanding of public's feedback on XYZ on certain features of the park, word clouds, virtual breakout groups, polls and surveys, sharing their ideas through the chat is something that we've been seeing in the field. And this is just, again, in the field, there's a lot of different public engagement options. We just wanted to give you a snapshot that the field of virtual engagement has grown exponentially since COVID. And there are different tools are available to help facilitate those virtual interactions with public. Okay, so going back to that IP2 spectrum and your public engagement goals, we're wondering, in your opinion, where you are with the public participation goals in the city. Which public participation goal or category does your city primarily seek to achieve? And we're asking you to log in back into Mentimeter. Hopefully you're still there. And this is gonna be kind of like a dot voting, where you can place your pin in the box where you think most of the engagement in your experience serving on a planning commission happens.
Yeah, as you pull out your screen, you should be able to see a little blue circle somewhere along this image, and be able to move that circle to where you feel you fall.
Okay, we have 3 dots in. Let's see if we can get more dots here. So the dot voting is another way to identify consensus in the room, if there's some clusters where people are, and sometimes, you know, the dots can be all over the place, which is totally fine too. Okay, so I think we're waiting for one more dot, please. Okay, so most of you are saying you are in the consult box, which is totally fine. Again, as long as you are transparent with the public that, yes, we are reaching out for that two-way communication and dialogue. Yes, we would like to hear your feedback that we may or may not incorporate in the final decision-making for the variety of reasons. And some of you are saying that we are in the involved box, which is also very good. A lot of workshops and broader engagement and outreach when you're going to the community, when you're hosting those workshops or various focus groups, charrettes, that's where you're moving towards the spectrum, towards deeper engagement. Very good. I'm glad you didn't just put the dot in the informed box. That would be questionable. We would have to come back.
Awesome. And, you know, it's not surprising, and it makes sense that there's kind of a different level of where you put your dot, right? And I'm sure if this was in a larger room, the dots would be spread out. And that's kind of done because the outreach and the type of engagement that's done is typically dependent on the project, right? For certain projects, such as ministerial ones, that is purely in the informed bucket, right? But then when you're doing visioning documents like your city's general plan, or what you most recently went through with the housing element, these are more larger vision documents that will want and require that engagement so that folks have a greater say in their city. So we just wanted to spend a minute or two to talk about kind of the current efforts in the city, particularly around the outreach and engagement pieces, to set even a little bit more context of what what your city is working on, right? And the first is to kind of acknowledge that your staff has an outreach policy that is currently going through an update, but it does a really good job of outlining what the outreach is dependent on the type of project, right? This is a very technical kind of document that really looks at noticing for developments and informing the community essentially of what's being developed around the area. Right. And it is to acknowledge that it is dependent on the project, right? And sometimes you may not even have much of a say in terms of what's going on. So in those situations, it doesn't make sense to require or want more engagement because there are certain laws outside of the outside of the purview of your city that can really restrict some of those things. So it's really important to know kind of what the parameters are, where the jurisdiction is, to be able to understand what the efforts are. And I think the city of Santa Clara's outreach policy does a really good job of kind of talking about that, specifically for the informed category. But then when we look at engagement, it really is something that's project or policy specific, right? And looking at the work that was done for updating the housing element, staff did a really great job, right? They leveraged different methods to be able to work with and hear from communities, working with different stakeholder groups and making all kinds of different presentations, having an online survey. These are all really important key things. And as we talk about not only the messaging, but the best practices for engagement, there's going to be some things that staff already did to really help with that, right? I think there are always ways to improve, and we'll certainly be sharing some of those best practices to incorporate. But all it is to say is that your staff is doing a really good job at doing some of that engagement, but certainly can really have help in increasing that, right? I will also acknowledge that one of the great things to do is always to track demographic data of those folks that are being involved. And the city is currently doing that with the survey data. So we're going to wanting to acknowledge that and also talk a little bit about best practices to do that, maybe beyond survey data. All right.
Before we go into outreach, do we want to pause and see if there's any questions?
Thank you. I will let commissioners. Commissioner Biagini.
This is helpful in a lot of ways because it gives a good macro picture of addressing the issue. So I'm not sure if you're going to get into something that I was pretty interested in, which is addressing the following types of problems. Hot topics right now, sure you know, tend to be all these discussions about, I'm going to say RHNA stuff, but, you know, people saying, oh my God, they're going to build this monstrous high-rise, comma, transitional housing, comma, stuff like that, where the word gets out, so the part of that is a messaging issue, and you end up with a meeting where 300 people show up ready to eat bear because they understand that a lot of homeless people are coming into the city now, you know, and all their children and relatives are going to be, I don't even want to repeat some of the words they use, but yeah, unsafe. So then what I'm looking for to help is, plus they also say nobody told me about it. Now, that's going to always happen, almost doesn't matter what you do, but what are some tips and trips on ensuring more outreach besides the typical Facebook memos handed out? I mean, it's almost like, what do we have to do? Walk around and give every single house in the city a notice that says 14 miles from you or 14 feet from you, there's going to be a building, number one. Number two, and then the messaging involved. To me, that's something critical. How you tell people what's coming up in a way that makes people feel like they can be part of a process instead of making people feel like, oh my God, look what they're doing to us. That's a messaging issue to me. And so I'm wondering if at some point during your presentation, you're going to get into tips and tricks on how to do better outreach, number one, and number two, better messaging so it becomes a meeting for people to express their opinions as opposed to a meeting to say, what the hell are you guys doing to us? So there's my comments.
Yeah, and that's definitely up next. So.
Yeah, it's kind of like instead of saying, why are you guys complaining? It's more like it's the what question instead of the why question. What is it you would like for us to see done differently as opposed to why are you complaining, right? That's a messaging thing to me.
And maybe let me jump in real quick and just kind of list a few ideas to answer your question. And then as we continue through the presentation, we will build up on some of the ideas, and whatever we didn't answer, you are welcome to follow up. So the city needs to be very clear about the process. It's, let's say you're building, the project that, people are going to be upset. The information about the process needs to be visible on the website. This is how we're doing engagement. This is where we are on the IP2 spectrum, not necessarily, managing their expectations with what we're doing, the feedback. The educational piece needs to be more community friendly, maybe some type of infographics, really asking about the why and how it may benefit you, and some of the myths that you can debunk. You kind of know what questions they're going to be asking, or you can anticipate it with the staff. So infographic questions, educational materials that address some of those questions right at the beginning, even before you start engaging. You definitely don't host the town halls with 300 people. You try to have smaller meetings, and then it's all about the meeting design to the point where, and we're not going to go into meeting design today, because it's very granular, to the point where you design a meeting where people can submit feedback via instant polling, handwritten notes, Post-its on a chart paper, anything but the microphone. So there's definitely a few tips and tricks. And with the outreach, everything can be listed. This is how we reached out to different groups. If you haven't heard from us, please let us know what is the best way to reach you. So in this way, you start collecting this community feedback where they don't come back and say, I haven't heard about it. It's like, yes, thank you. This is all the ways we've reached out. I'm sorry we didn't reach out to you. What is the best way? So again, very transparent information on the website. How you're approaching this public engagement, how you're designing the process, when you're meeting community, where you're meeting, how the outreach list, what is the outreach list, and then back to the messaging in infographics, and back to the meeting designs. That's some of the top of.
Thank you.
In general.
Okay, I think we'll get into more of that from our questions. Thank you. Commissioner Lance.
Okay, thank you. So my first concern and question would be how you will suggest that feedback is cycled back out. We hold the outreach, we gather the feedback, we make our decision alterations, but we're not really sending that change back out to those that were concerned to update them. And I think maybe that may be a missing piece in the cycle, to communicate back out rather than yet another outreach. And the second thing is, how are we possibly going to reach some of the target people interested in the changes we're making? I think I've phrased this differently for a different example, but we're building low-cost housing, but we're not able to reach those that it would affect because they're not residents. They're not part of the mechanism that we utilize to perform outreach. So perhaps we need to explore the options of informing the employers of those that are in the low income category so that they can inform their employees who may live in other cities and commute in, that there's a potential for them to have resident status within Santa Clara itself. So I think the mechanism of outreach is the thing I'm most interested in hearing examples of that maybe we aren't as a city utilizing. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's certainly something that we'll get into actually within the engagement best practices. As you're looking to build relationships and identify who your community champions and allies are, it's really key to know how your message is coming across and how you're engaging folks that are somewhat, traditionally disengaged or hard to engage for a plethora of reasons. So we'll certainly cover some of that as well, and I think we'll be able to answer your question in the presentation.
I do have a question, but also we have two types of, I would say, projects or engagement that I am aware of. There must be many more. One where we are, we can and probably are looking for idealistic, general plan. What would you like to have? There's no real contention. There's no controversy. We do a relatively good job of What would you like in your general plan? What would you like in your specific plan? Because there's no real, controversy, so people can come give whatever, the nice things. Where I would really like for us to take that kind of a similar approach, and we are not doing it today, is in application process. So we are very reactionary. I'll take a case in point. We are probably going to see a housing project that's coming up soon, but it came as, this is a project, this is the number of units, this is what you, tell us what you think. But I would have appreciated, this is a transaction that's going to happen. How would you like for us to approach this whole effort? And so that we are almost upstreaming or preempting the voices of concern, anxiety, uncertainty, and people who have even made purchases of adjoining properties. Well, all this has been in flight. So a lot of the concerns or the intent for us to have this discussion is primarily to see how do we better engage, more than inform or consult, how do we empower the community on especially real application decisions. Not, this is your application, this is what we are going to do. Well, we are doing this because we have to do a checkbox. It's still going to be X number of units.
Yeah, so for the housing projects, you know your community and you know your history and you know your developers. Some of the housing sites will generate more interest and various feelings. Some of the housing sites and housing projects will generate a little bit less. People may not necessarily be very interested in those sites. So knowing which site is going to generate more community involvement, you want to start, the developer want to start early, and the developer wants to start actually designing that project with the community, especially your first, especially the neighbors living around that potential site. Those are their primary stakeholders. If those people are involved in the project, in the designing project from the start, if the concerns are being addressed, a lot of them are being addressed as the project is being designed. In this way, community is going to be reactionary to the designed project. That's when the developer goes back and say, what do you think? This is the project. That's when all the controversy and back and forth really starts. We've seen some of the successful cases with early involvement of the people living around the project, when they're being involved in the design, working on that more towards the spectrum of collaborate with the developers. They designed the project together, and a lot of the concerns got addressed along the way, and the project has been successful. So that's the answer. Start early, have to be kind of strategic, anticipate that controversy, and start early and really move along the spectrum on those projects, from more consult, where there's going to be a lot of back and forth, to more collaborate.
And how do we approach inter-entity projects? Because most of our affordable projects and housing projects are city sold to county. County has gone with its measurable ability to seek developers or partners. They design it, come back to us with a community, touch point, only because they really don't have to, because it's county-owned land and city cannot dictate to the county what it can and cannot do, and most people do not understand that distinction. How is that interaction between or two entities recommended?
When thinking about it, I think you almost hit the nail on the head, that it's people don't really understand that nuance and distinction. And so what's important is the messaging and the communication. And ultimately, I think the undercurrent of that whole thing is the trust, right? And so when you're able to really communicate clearly what the possibilities are, then it's essentially letting the community know what you're doing is informing, because that's kind of the only thing that can be done. Or if it's like actual engagement where you can consult or even look to empower, then you start looking more at what are the policies kind of at play that you can start the open communication with. But communication and messaging are kind of the best tools that you have to really be able to make sure it's a smooth transition and that everyone is kind of understanding what the appropriate kind of authorities are.
And to your point, I think we all speak the right words here, but it's the implementation of everybody that really trumps us, and that's what we are hoping to get more out of this, to say, how do we ensure that it happens in that particular process or particular framework or based on your best practices? So that's for staff, but yes, thank you. Thank you for addressing the comment. Okay, any other comments before we move on in the presentation? Thank you. We can continue.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk a little bit about outreach and how to ensure that the outreach is effective and we're reaching wide and representative audience. Why we do outreach? Again, we inform the community at the very minimum, but also if it's a deeper engagement, we initiate that engagement with outreach, not only informing, but also letting community know the ways to participate, submit feedback, come to the variety of different meetings and workshops. And through outreach, we build those relationships with the residents, with community members, with the stakeholders and nonprofits. What do we mean when we say equitable outreach? We mean it's tailored to the community. It means before you even drafting the message, especially on this project, you know, community want to be involved. You want your message be community informed. What does it mean? You want to actually partner up with the community, have a few residents, and help you to draft that message. Help you to ensure that the message is relatable, the message is clear, the message hits on various points, and the message can actually anticipate that some of the community worries or concerns that will be bubbling up to the top. Also, tailored to the community outreach is multilingual. If we want to reach more folks who don't traditionally participate, we want to do some translations, especially if folks are stakeholders in the project. Equitable outreach is multifaceted, meaning we are, depending on the project, we're utilizing all the different channels. Again, I just want to, staff capacities, project timelines, is a very big reality check, right? But depending on the project, we want to, besides the social media, and we want to think about maybe traditional media, maybe newspapers or radio, if you're trying to get public participate and you want to expand that pool of people beyond those who traditionally participate, same 10 people. We've seen some practices of billboards, various social media. So some of the few tips and examples. So this is the list of folks who don't traditionally participate. And that list might be looking a little bit different in Santa Clara, but we've seen this across the various communities. People who don't come to the planning committee meetings like today, or people who don't come to the workshops, even if it's outside workshop and the food is provided. Immigrant communities, multicultural groups who, sometimes immigrants have been here for 20 years, for 15 years, like myself, and I don't consider myself immigrant community, but a definitely multicultural group at this point. Renters don't traditionally come to the public meeting. Youth, they a little bit more active, depending on the venue you're trying to engage them in. Unhoused neighbors will not participate in public engagement processes unless you actually come to them and ask them one-on-one some of the questions. Communities of colors are hesitant and skeptical and distrusting local governments, along with immigrant communities. They probably coming from the countries with a lot of government mistrust, some authoritarian countries. Seniors not always come to the public meeting, LGBTQ, people with functional needs, low income, Native American, and transit-dependent populations who don't have reliable vehicles to get to the meeting. So when we're thinking, how can we expand that outreach? And back to the earlier question, like how can we get to that targeted community? Well, A, we need to first understand what is the targeted community, and B, be a little bit more creative. If we are trying to reach potential future residents, which is totally, it's a good outreach goal to inform them about ABC project, or even ask them a few questions about what would you like to see in your housing complex. Yes, some of the ideas can be reaching out to a few employees, asking employees if you can hop on the all staff meeting for like 5 minutes to present about the project and do that quick instant polling like we're demonstrating today. So there's definitely, for the youth community, give you another example, go to them. Where do youth gather? Do they gather at the park? Are they skating? Do they gather at the, at the picnic tables? And go to them and ask a few questions. I mean, the key for outreach and engagement is actually going to them. And another good tactic is actually asking, what is the best way to reach? Where do you get this information? How would you like to learn about upcoming projects or upcoming engagement? Would you like to receive it via email? Do you get your information from the neighbor or neighborhood association? Is the flyer on the grocery store or flyers at farmer's market is a good way to reach you? Ask your community when you know which groups you want to engage for the particular project. Go to a few representatives of these groups and ask what is the best way to reach you. And in this way, you'll start building your list, what works in Santa Clara. Some of the outreach strategy that I actually mentioned in the previous slide is defining that targeted groups, having a list of groups that don't traditionally engage and define, and figuring out what are the targeted groups for this particular project. Starting early is incredibly important, especially if you anticipate community involvement, lots of community concerns. The more community is invested at the decision making at the beginning of the process, then when decision is not even shaping out, the more acceptable they're going to be to the public, to the outcomes of that decision. When you present, especially when it comes to the housing projects, when you come to the community saying, this is what it is, what do you think? And community don't like it. And there's a lot of cities that community just fights back. But there's a lot of cities that we've seen the case studies. You start early, you design that project with them, and community is more invested in that final project. Community-based organizations, nonprofits are your friends. They can partner up with you, and they do help cities with outreach. We specifically partner up with a lot of community-based organizations on certain projects to reach those immigrant communities, to reach youth, to reach community of colors, because community-based organizations, especially there's mistrust in the community, that trusted voice, and community is more receptive receiving those messaging, those educational materials from their nonprofits, because they know these people, than from the government folks. Use diverse outreach materials, again, infographics, interactive, maybe whiteboard videos where people watch like a little cartoon-like video explaining what it is. Various social media, just again, depending on the project and how much people you want to involve, what various groups you want to get a little creative with the messaging. Account for translation to provide that language access. Test messaging and visual is so critical. Again, ask a few residents, does this make sense? What would you change? Does this resonate? Do these reasons resonate with you? And multi-level outreach, just trying various methods depending on the group you're trying to reach.
I'll also note that, we have there working with community-based organizations, but also wanting to kind of expand to other organizations that have that connection and trust. So even just thinking of what was mentioned by the commissioner on working with employers to let them know that there's future housing, that's certainly something that you can do. And looking at who has those connections. Is it your Chamber of Commerce? Is it something else? So it's really thinking of who are the allies out there that can help you spread that message. That's really key and important.
Okay, so we put a list of sample outreach tactics. We didn't come up with that list. It was some of the breakout groups with local governments, with the cities and various folks who do public engagement. And we asked them, like, how do you get creative about your outreach? So this is the list that came out from that discussion. Digital billboards for commuters, back to that question of potential future residents. That's how they can learn about the project. Meeting hard to reach residents where they are. If you really need your engagement to be inclusive and engagement, you kind of have to go to them. At the kids' sports activities, you can reach youth, you can reach those parents, you can go to schools, churches, you have to go to them. Get on their agenda instead of setting up a separate workshop. Co-hosting and promoting your workshop with a community-based organization is another way to draw more participants in. Listening sessions is a great way to start the project, where you're not coming in with a project and asking, what I need feedback on XYZ, but start with listening, especially when it comes to housing. I know a few communities were hosting a listening session just to learn about, attitudes and concerns and meet the community members. It's a nice kind of the way it can be designed, it can be a very positive experience. And community will be surprised that you're not asking for anything, but you actually just want to listen and meet them. Expressing gratitude for partnerships with residents or community-based organizations. Building those community connections are critical. Engagement is hard, it's time-consuming, especially if it's a project where you need to reach a lot of different groups and they require all maybe different cultural relevant messaging, different outreach tactics. So building those relationships with the community-based organizations is really, volunteer residents is really would help to expand staff capacity to implement those projects. Hosting a resource fair is another good idea that came out of those discussions, of ILG discussions, where it's a great way to inform about the project and just chat with the community one-on-one. And again, the higher the emotional spectrum on certain projects, the more you want to go to more one-on-one, smaller focus groups, or just chat one-on-one with people at the resource fairs, for example. You still get your feedback. You're still talking to the residents. You're just not talking to 300 people at the same room. You're kind of being strategic about your engagement. Digital barriers is one of the items that is part of ensuring equity in your engagement. Not everyone has internet. There's like a few of those folks who don't have internet. So again, considering access with even hybrid meetings, people who are joining online, they may not have broadband internet subscription. They may have like limited plans, and those online meetings eat a lot of data. So just being cognizant of what some digital barriers you might have in your community when you think about equitable outreach and engagement, and providing that language access or understanding what needs to be translated. And again, back to that messaging, it's on you to convey why does it matter, and is the messaging coming across? But you don't have to do it alone. Partner up with a few residents, with a few stakeholders, with a few nonprofits who can help you to craft that message.
And that's a really good segue into talking a little bit about the messaging and how to ensure that your messaging is effective and really reaching that wide and representative audience, right? We know that from how you frame your messaging, that words matter, that it's important to know what you're saying and how that's actually being interpreted and understood by the community that you're reaching out to. So when you're crafting that right message, what you really want to get to is the heart of why. You want to ask some good, like, what questions and follow up with the because, right? You want to share the alternative perspective to really show that you're considering multiple sides of an argument, right? Oftentimes, and nowadays, there's a lot of misinformation that's out there. There's a lot of folks that just feel unheard or are reading things inappropriately that give them a wrong intention. So it's so important when you're crafting your messaging and when you're doing that outreach to ensure you're trying to explain as much as possible the reasons as to why you're doing something, and really, really honing in on what's important. Now, it's not going to appease everyone, but the important thing is being able to have that message, have that explanation out there so that the majority of folks can really understand where you're getting, why you're making a decision or why you ended up going something. So just some examples of kind of good messaging, right? Particularly when you're dealing with housing projects for unsheltered individuals or just low-income housing, that can stir a lot of different opinions. So being able to explain why a particular project is moving forward is really critical, right? So instead of just saying, we're moving forward with a project, you want to say something more of like, we can house more unsheltered individuals and help them off the streets faster and safer when we focus on this type of housing, right? That is explaining to folks the reasons why it's so critical and important, and hopefully can really convince folks why it's needed. Similarly, when you're looking at developing a park and you've done robust engagement where you had folks giving input, being able to explain why a decision was made is really critical, right? So for example, here in this example, when we say, we consider doing XYZ to park plan, but in the focus groups, we hosted the public residents like you were unanimously in favor of the low cost and environmentally friendly option. So we took that to heart and went to Plan C, and that's why they're presenting that today, right? That messaging is really focused on explaining what we heard, even from the get-go of, hey, we had this plan, but then we did focus groups, we heard something different, and so now we're proposing the alternative plan. This is a really key and important way of structuring your messaging so that when you get those folks who are like, well, I didn't know this was going on, or I didn't hear about this, you're still able to point to the fact that you had a focus group or some other way of getting information from folks that really showed a unanimous support for an alternative decision. It's also highlighting how you're able to come to a decision that changed your initial thought, right? It shows that that you are listening and that you are being responsive to the community's needs. Part of that messaging, though, is also about the acronyms and the jargon that's being used. What you're seeing right now on the screen may look familiar to you as different terms that are used kind of regularly in the space of planning and planning commissions, right? Things like CEQA and CDBG can be second nature to us because we're working in this space. But they really won't resonate or don't have much of an impact to a lot of community. And quite honestly, when we use things like acronyms or jargon, what we're really doing is isolating folks. That simple need to have to ask, what does CEQA stand for? What does EIR mean? Can be a very isolating feeling and tends to discourage engagement. So really, when you're crafting a message or talking to folks out in your community, you really want to consider limiting the jargon and the acronyms to really be more inclusive and have a more effective messaging. So as you're putting together how you're going to talk to your community, how you're conveying that messaging and that outreach, it's really about getting to know your audience, right? You need to know how they talk, what they understand, what they don't, to really start crafting that message, and also understanding how do they get that information, what Hannah was kind of talking about, making sure you know how they do it. If you want to talk to younger crowds, social media and online presence is probably best. But if you're trying to reach your unsheltered population or senior citizens, you might need to get more creative or use traditional methods to be able to really connect, right? Things like being able to canvas the blocks where you know unsheltered individuals hang out is one of those things to really just understand who are you trying to reach out to, who are you trying to communicate with, and how do they best get that information. Again, limiting that jargon is super critical. And it almost goes hand in hand with minimizing kind of contents on your slide when you're having presentations to convey your message, really getting to the key things to take away and be able to explain more verbally what's going on. Similarly, with the next point of communicating using the least possible materials, is really you want folks to leave with that one message, right? And be able to paint that verbal picture of what you're trying to get them to go home with, right? So when you have a lot of other information, you're really doing nothing more than muddling your main message. So as you're crafting messages and you're doing that outreach, these are the things to kind of consider to really be effective at conveying your message appropriately. So that kind of leads us into the engagement best practices. But before we get into that, wanting to take another pause and see, are there questions that you have, particularly around outreach and messaging?
This is really great. Sorry, you have us all standing, as you can see.
I'm standing too. We're
In
good.
attention to this is very engaging for us, and I appreciate the continued. We can move forward with the next slides, but what you just said was resonating in every way.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah. So really wanting to talk about the engagement piece, because outreach is very much that letting folks know what's going on and letting them know the opportunities where they are able to provide that feedback and engage, right? So your message is super critical to it. But then when we look at the engagement best practices, there are many things that can be done. And quite honestly, we will say this time and time again, it's never a one size fits all. So it's important to note that how you approach the engagement and how you facilitate kind of that conversation will depend on not only on individuals and communities that you're talking to, but the type of project and type of feedback that you can actually take and take action on. But generally speaking, when we look at how we approach engagement, there are three major components to engagement. The first is, again, understanding that community landscape. So it's not only who are the folks that you want to talk to, but what are the demographics in your community and what are their needs and priorities and how are you able to kind of connect with them? The second piece is really foundational around building that relationship and trust with the community. Because just because you know who you need to reach out to and engage, if there's no relationship, if there's no trust, there's not going to be a very robust engagement effort, because they're not going to want to waste their time when they don't feel like it'll be heard. So it's really important to build that trust and relationship. And then it's finally about making sure you identify your successes, how you define success and measure your outcomes, right? This is really important to also be accountable to the community, and it feeds back into that trust, trust in the process and trust in your agency. Is when you're able to put out there, hey, these are the outcomes that we expect, or here's how we're measuring success. Everyone knows to look at that and say, okay, was the city able to achieve their measure of success, or did they fall short, and what did they do in response to that, right? Was there time in the timeline to be able to go back to other communities that weren't engaged in the process initially, or was there some other thing that can be built in for future on how to address the shortcoming, right? So talking a little bit more about how to assess your community landscape, there are three real questions that you want to consider and think about as you're putting that through. The first is who's impacted, right? So for small projects where it might just be a housing development, you have a defined radius of where you want to let folks know what's going on, right? But for things like a general plan, that impact is your entire city. So understanding who's impacted, who's interested in the project, or who should be interested in the project is important. And then you want to ask yourself, are they engaged, right? Oftentimes there's a mistake made that just because someone doesn't go to a community meeting or whatnot, that they're not interested in the subject. But quite honestly, there are many other barriers that can come into play. For example, someone who's unsheltered may not know what's going on, or they know what's going on, but don't have the mental capacity or ability to get to a meeting, which is why it's so important to tailor the outreach where you can go to them and engage with them, right? Similarly, for multi-generational households or households with a single parent, it can be really difficult for them to take time out of their day to participate in meetings. So figuring out things like having surveys where they can do that on their own time, having infographics or videos that can explain really complicated issues, it's really important to be able to have those options so that folks can see, so that folks can hear and engage. And that goes into how are they reached, right? How are they best engaged and how do they absorb information? Knowing that from your community really then helps you set up how you're going to do that engagement and really bring them into the process. It also goes into building the relationships. When you know the communities that you're trying to talk to and you start identifying how they are reached and how they're engaged, you can start building those relationships and say, hey, we really want to hear from you. And you don't want to make it transactional. You want to make it something that they continue. That's about building that relationship and building that trust. So looking at kind of the statistics of Santa Clara, we wanted to better understand the traditionally disengaged and see what's going on, right? So if we look at things like the immigrant community, we see there's 47,000 people in Santa Clara who kind of come from a foreign country, 39% from an Asian descent, 47 from Latin America. So you have various different cultures and immigrant communities that are at play here. You also want to look at things like a renter versus a homeowner, because those demographics are very different, right? A homeowner might be a lot more vested in what goes on across the street because of property value, right? However, a renter may be more concerned for other reasons, right? But usually renters are lower income, and so they might have multiple jobs. Again, they might be in a multi-generational household, and so there are different responsibilities that take different strains on their time, and these are things to consider. Also in Santa Clara, 12% of your population are youth, right? So thinking about how to engage them in the process is going to be vastly different. How you're able to leverage technology and social media in particular, and also the type of media that you use. What we're seeing is that older folks are using Facebook more often, right? But when you look at your Gen Z or even young millennials, they're more on the Instagram and TikTok phase, right? YouTube seems to be one that kind of transcends generation and is a really good one. But these are things to really consider as you're looking at your populations and how to engage more of these folks. You have a high community of color, 45% Hispanic, 4% Black, 10% Asian. You also have a good sized senior population, 12%. Then you have individuals with disabilities that are close to 10%. And then when we look at income, we see that at least 7% of the population is under the poverty line. So, and then when we look even deeper at what communities are transit dependent, it's a good number at about almost 4%. But that still means there are folks who require public transit to be able to move around, right? So even when you're thinking of how you're going to engage these communities, there's a lot of things to consider, right? One of them being how they're going to get to a meeting, right? And if you have someone who's transit dependent, are you putting those meetings in a place where it's easy to get to the location by transit, right? All a lot of things to consider.
We do have a question. I saw Rena. Rena, did you have a question before we move on?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Let me know if there's feedback. Hold on one second, sorry.
Give it a try.
Can you guys hear me now?
Could hear you
Yes.
before.
Yes, you can.
We can hear you.
I apologize, I was having
not good reception on my laptop, so I'm actually logged in twice. But just confirming you can hear me. I just think that some of the statistics that we're looking at aren't Santa Clara's, because the percentage of Asian population and Latino population or Hispanic population, and I know this because we worked on the redistricting for the city and did some demographics. So I wouldn't mind giving, just confirming with the Planning Commission, like at a later date what the demographics are, just because those really stand out to me. And when you sent the slides over, I should have caught that. So I just wanted to point that out, that I'm thinking that some of the statistics may not represent the city of Santa Clara.
Thank
and
you.
Apologies. It's definitely, it could have been a miss of looking at county versus city or whatnot. So we apologize for those errors there.
Thank you, Rena, and for bringing it up. I have Commissioner Salem here with a question.
I think this is probably the best place to hit it. One of the things that I've heard discussed, I haven't actually seen anyone implement it, was the going non-tech, going back to the town crier concept, where you had neighborhoods with individuals within the neighborhood that are willing to be points of contact for outreach communication, and then they can carry that to the residents that, or their neighbors that they're familiar with. And it also helps to break the language barrier, because in communities that are not English speaking primarily, you could have one individual that could accept the information and then translate it appropriately to their neighbors. So have any cities pursued that kind of an idea of a purely non-technical solution? No Facebook, no Instagram, no TikTok, but humans actually talking to humans, which is, I know it's such a strange concept anymore, but, and then the other question is, what mechanisms have been employed to effectively do volume control during outreach? And what I'm speaking about is an aggressive minority using overwhelming volume tactics to try and drive a meeting in their direction, and to help the quiet minority actually raise their voice a little and be heard more, so that the decisions aren't being made in a skewed way, so that we're favoring only those that are the most vocal and most aggressive.
Yeah, Roberta, I can jump in on aggressive minority question. You have to broaden that participation and outreach by identifying groups that are not getting involved and doing that targeted outreach and hearing from them. And then when we are talking back to more vocal folks, and we say, listen, we hear you, we hear ABC, and your concerns are absolutely valid. And also in our city, we have this community, the immigrant community, the community of colors, youth. This is what we're hearing from them. So by broadening participation and outreach, you are able to bring more voices, and then you really start looking at where is the prevailing opinion on XYZ, or where the feedback is more consistent. You just have to bring more people in the room, and maybe even design some workshops, outside the Brown Act meetings, where, the aggressive minority may be paired up with other folks in those tabletop discussions. They hear from different sides themselves. So they're not hearing from you, opinion XYZ exists from those and these groups, but actually you're very strategically bring these people in the room at the tables and design the meeting in the way that facilitates the tabletop dialogues.
Yeah,
or
really,
instant polling that everyone sees their results and they can see on the screen, and maybe that's the only time to have a big meeting. They see on the screen that their opinion is actually kind of on the bottom of that voting list.
yeah, it really speaks to the need to have kind of that multifaceted level of engagement, so that you can showcase that, hey, you might be loud in a community meeting, but when we do focus groups, when we do surveys, we're seeing that difference. So Hannah's on point exactly, that how you engage and the meeting design is so important and critical to be able to really mitigate that a lot. On the, I love how you call it the town crier kind of method. This is definitely a concept that's come up. There are some cities, like the city of San Diego, who is looking at how to institute something similar to a community ambassador program. There are other cities that kind of look at like citizen cores, where you're essentially working with community leaders, identifying folks who are able to get activated during emergencies and whatnot, to really start that communication between the community and the city, and then the city to the community, right? So that I'm not sure any are in practice, but I know in San Diego, they're looking at the feasibility of doing that. This idea has been something that's been shared previously several years ago. And so that is certainly a concept.
It's actually, I just wanted to jump in and tell you, it's really so historic, actually. There used to be a thing called a block warden. All the way back in the New York days, 1940s, 50s, pre-internet, people were the primary mechanism of communicating information to other people. It sounds archaic, but it is actually extraordinarily effective, because these people know the people that they're talking to and can get the message to them. I'm hoping that we can consider that as an aspect of, we have volunteers for commissions, we have volunteers for committees, we have volunteers for everything except getting the message to our own residents. So perhaps volunteers for our residents would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's definitely what we're kind of talking about behind identifying allies, working with community organizations, really leveraging that people power, right? And leveraging their trust in the communities that you're trying to reach. So.
Those volunteers that you mentioned, sounds like you have a lot of volunteers. They can also send some messages to their networks.
And I do have a follow-up on that same. So I want to hear from your benchmarks. You see our planning commission meeting. There's not a single soul here. Maybe the pandemic was the reason, but we have, even before then, I used to sit on the HLC. There was only the applicant and maybe the neighbor that either brought the complaint or the concern. It is not what it used to be. I used to be in planning commission meetings that were packed to the brim. I've been in focus group meetings that were very, very live and active and engaged and intentional. I'm seeing a general trend in decline in that level of even interest. One, I could say, okay, maybe the commissions are not super empowered to make any decisions these days, but even at city council, I'm seeing some, I would say, disengagement. And I don't know if there is a way to, if this is just a, we ourselves, this will be a historic trend, we won't have pueblos anymore. But I'm trying to understand, is this the trend that you're seeing in other cities or regions?
Go ahead. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I think what's changing is the type of engagement with government, right? As you may be seeing less folks turning out to a commission meeting or a council meeting, you're seeing a lot more of that engagement on social media, right? You're seeing a lot more social media activism, if you will. So it's really hard to say that you're seeing kind of a drop in that interest or engagement. I think what's happening is the engagement is looking different and will continue to look different depending on how your community wants to engage, right? Long are the days when folks wanted to really have that face-to-face conversation, and more often or not, we're texting chat robots about questions that are had, right? This era of having that convenience of an answer answered quickly because of things like AI are what's changing kind of how your community is going to interact with government. I think ultimately what you see is there are certainly very contentious issues that drive people to come out. And typically when people are upset, that's when they get really activated, right? But I would say I think the engagement that we're seeing trending is there's a difference now. And we're seeing a lot more of that be digital engagement versus kind of that in-person engagement.
And I do watch social media, so our YouTubes and our Facebook, I do get more information, but it's seemingly almost like a webinar by that time. It's not like it's live chat where we, as the commission members, are watching a YouTube comment come through that we can actively either respond to or make a decision based on that feedback. Then it's not really an engagement. You're just watching something else on a social media. So I'm trying to figure out if the messaging needs to be in a different way moving forward with the kind of technology or I don't see this environment lasting long. I mean, as a resource, as a technology grows, as ChatGPT becomes more, source of truth, what's our role?
That's a big question, and it's one that I think our governments are actively trying to figure out and see, right? What is appropriate. I mean, I will also just say again that it's about that. It's not a one size fits all. It will have to be multifaceted because we're still going to have a senior citizen population that will want to pick up a phone, right? Or that's the only way that they can communicate, right? This is why it's important to address that kind of digital divide and those barriers that are presented and really understanding those barriers. So almost, I don't intend to bring it back to the presentation, but it's about really looking at how does your community get information, want to engage, and then really tailoring your services and what you're able to provide to meet those various needs within your budgetary constraints and a lot of the resources, right? Because a lot of it is going to take a lot of staff time, even to answer a phone or write an email. Those things can take time, just as putting together a Facebook Live or a social media post can. So you really always have to think about how does the community receive that information and want to participate, and what do your resources allow so that you're able to kind of meet those needs.
Thank you, Commissioner Salem.
Yes, this is really for you as our chair. If you'd like to see the room filled, then put the BMX track on the agenda,
I would love to.
or the Benton and Lawrence development. So that will fill the chambers.
I agree.
Yeah.
But on a serious note, I think it's more for our staff and our community, and of course, more importantly, for the city council, the elected. I have been very aware of where the involvement of city council members drives the ability for them to seek the community engagement. Commissions, we're like 6 votes here maybe today, but we are not the voice of the elected. But I would really hope that our city council listens to this and actually identifies either better opportunities or avenues for a more robust, healthy engagement with the community. Okay, let's go. Keep proceeding.
We just have a few more things to cover, but I'll just quickly, some of the things to consider as you're trying to engage those traditionally disengaged groups is really looking at what's keeping them from being engaged, right? Why aren't they engaged? Is it really interest, or is it most likely something else, right? Is it that they have busy schedules and so something more on demand would be better? Or is it that it's not in a format that's really easy for them, right? A senior citizen might not be comfortable using technology the same way a younger person is, right? So assessing those barriers and understanding what's keeping someone from coming besides the kind of easy cop out, if you will, of them not being interested is important to really assess. Identifying those allies in the community is really important. be that community-based organizations or other kind of affiliate groups that are able to have that connection and that trust within the community that you're trying to reach out to is so important. And then being able to see and establish programs like a community ambassador program to really activate your citizens and your residents and be able to disseminate information and also provide a pipeline to get information as well is really critical and important. And ultimately, again, it's about going to them, speaking their language and putting it in a format that they want to interact with is what's really important. So those are just a few of the things, but there are many others to consider. And so Hannah will kind of talk about language access and overcoming other barriers.
Yeah, so language access, and now that I'm looking at the census data that I use, so it's totally in me. I apologize. There was a typo in the city, and yes, you just got exposed to Santa Clarita city data, but it hoped to give you.
I was wondering,
Yeah.
where did we miss
we've
all
learned
those
from-
Latin American people?
We've triple checked the data numbers, but not the city. My lesson. So we all learned something today. So yes, language access, thinking about the expanding those groups who don't traditionally come to the meetings is really understanding that in Santa Clarita City, for example, 20% are foreign born. So how many are foreign born is a good data point, but another data point is how actually many folks who are foreign born speak a different language at home. And what is percentage of that speaks English less than well? And that data point gives you an idea if you want to really, double down on translation materials to make sure that people who speak English less than well, they probably not going to participate. And even people who are speak other language at home, they're probably bilingual, trilingual. You want to accommodate those folks, and through the translation, through language access, ensure they participate. So it's understanding who is in your community who needs those translation services, what's the percentages, what's the language, understanding what are some resources already exist in the community. Maybe some of the nonprofits or residents, they can help with the translation. Again, translation is expensive, so being creative about how can we partner up with community members to provide some additional language access. A good practice that we use instead of doing work, again, we're talking about the workshops that are outside of Brown Act. If it's community workshop, host them in Spanish or host them in Mandarin, and have that community conversations lead by local residents, get that feedback and get it translated back into English. So when you're going to that minority folks who have been very vocal and say, look, this is we've talked to our Hispanic folks who live 3 streets down, and this is what we're hearing from them. So again, some of the best practices, definitely just be creative, and data leads you towards what's the need in the community. So quick language access tips. A lot of the cities have language access policies. They define what, when, and how they translate. Community-based organizations or residents are your friends. They can provide that extra capacity. Creating easy to navigate pages. If you are putting information on the websites, if you are using those Google Translate buttons with a disclaimer, easy to navigate pages are critical. If you have a bilingual employees, use them effectively. Translation is a science. People go to school to get their diplomas in translation. So for a very complex topics that a lot of them are having those jargon lists that we gave you, not everyone will be able to translate them. And providing printing materials in those bilingual workshops is always a good idea in a different language. Some of the examples we put together, and I'm being cognizant of the time, we've talked a little bit in this presentation, how can we overcome those barriers to participation. A few examples from Rancho Cucamonga and Culver City about their general plans. They used a user-friendly infographics. Rancho Cucamonga used side-by-side translation. It was very easy, digestible infographics. Culver City really minimized how they talk about their general plan, but it gave a good idea when you go to that resource fair, and it has 4 points. It's about the general plan, those main takeaways why it's important. You get the education out. Increasing access to participate and submit comments. San Diego used a tool that allowed to submit comments online in real time. And not only participants could submit comments commenting on their general plan, but they could also see what other people commented. So it's not like you're submitting comments and you don't know what else, but you're looking at the documents and you start seeing those community conversations and discussions in the document. The city of Sacramento community survey, they actually translated it in 7 languages, which was pretty impressive. The survey was kind of long. I would have designed it a little bit different, but definitely kudos to them for translating it in 7 languages. And finally, Roberta, please share about Empower Community San Diego, because I know you're a part of that project. How did you guys overcome barriers on that?
Yeah, and so just real quickly, when the city was developing their climate equity index, they did so by co-developing this tool alongside community-based organizations and truly handing over a lot of the decision-making through a consensus building model with the community-based organizations that they were working with. So when we talk about empowering communities, the Climate Equity Index is a great example of how the city was able to really defer to these community-based organizations that represented what they call communities of concern, to then be able to map and identify the areas that need kind of that prioritization within the city, specifically when addressing climate equity concerns. And so we're almost wrapping it up here, and we wanted to kind of touch base on how do you measure those outcomes, right? And the importance of looking at how you measure success, right? There are 2 real main buckets, the quantitative and the qualitative ones. The quantitative is really looking at the participation demographics. So this, again, talking about finding out who's participating in the surveys through the survey demographics, but also as you're doing community meetings and hosting charrettes and other ways of getting folks' input, really tracking who's in the room so that you're better able to know, does who's engaging with you match the demographic of your city, which we will get right next time. But really important to know, because you never know where you're not reaching if you're not tracking that information, right? Also looking at the population that you've engaged, what information and feedback you're receiving, also how you're responding to that, right? Setting a goal of 75, 100% response rate is really great, to be able to just have that marker of, hey, we got feedback and we were able to respond to everyone who needed a response, is a really good way to just track those numerically, right? Also, and something that you all do is track the number of events, engagement events that you are doing, to just measure what that looks like quantitatively. On the flip side of that, though, is it's important to recognize that when you're doing things like trying to get more engagement done, that the numbers are only part of the story. The data is only one little bit. You also want to look at qualitative information, such as what's the community's sentiment? Did they like the engagement process? Did they feel heard? Did they feel a part of it, right? Not if they agree with the ultimate decision, but did they feel like they had a voice that they got responded to? That's really critical information to look at as well, and quite honestly can be much more important than the number of people that took a survey. Also in that relationship building and even repairing, right? Especially when we're looking to outreach to BIPOC communities, really understanding that there is a historical hesitancy to trust and work with government. So how many of those relationships were you able to build or repair through this process, right? That's a really key information, because when you're able to build or repair relationships with those traditionally disengaged populations, that's going to guarantee that you start building more and more of that culture of engagement and really start reaching more people. And that's then ultimately goes into increasing that community capacity. were you able to educate folks and let them know what an EIR is, or what CEQA is, or what the general plan is for Santa Clara, right? Tracking that information through testimonials and hearing from folks to just get a sense of how the community feels is really a key piece of when you're measuring the success and outcomes of engagement efforts. So we talk a bit about building that trust and improving engagement, right? And so just wanting to kind of summarize and hammer home 5 key things at play when you're trying to improve your engagement. And that's really, if you take anything away from today, it's that it's really important to work with your community. Identify those champions, identify those folks that you want to talk to, and find the community leaders that will help you build those relationships and connection. Also, really start early in the process, right? Whenever possible, being able to go to the community from the get-go and get them really involved in the process, so that later down the line, as decisions are being made, you're building more of that community consensus moving forward. Setting up those clear goals and expectations will not only allow you to measure your success, but really communicate clearly to the community what the expectations are. So if you're simply trying to inform them of something that's going on because that's that's the only thing within your authority, being able to express that clearly is going to diffuse a lot of what could be controversial, right? However, if you have the ability to do something more in the consult, or even trying out the empowering phase, still being able to set the clear expectations of, hey, we're not promising you that you can do everything, but we have these parameters that we're willing to work with you on. Really setting those expectations is really key and allows the community to know what they can expect through this outcome. How is their feedback going to be taken, and how is it going to shape the outcomes? Again, on tracking the data and information is really important, and remembering again that it's not a one-size-fits-all solution, and that it will depend on not only the community but the project and the resources available to really ensure that you're having a robust and inclusive form of engagement. And that kind of wraps us up with our presentation part, but we're happy to answer any questions and also just hear any other key takeaways that you have taken from the presentation. I know it's late, so really we're just here to listen and open the floor for any questions that you may have.
I know.
I'll take about a couple hours. Is that okay? That's okay.
Yeah, you engage with them separately. It's going to be a focus group. Thank you, Robert and Hannah. This was very educational, something that I would hope the city staff publish and publicize a little more as available and accessible for other commission members, city council, our community-based organizations, Chamber of Commerce. But I'm going to now open up for questions with all the people standing. Commissioner Salim.
People standing. No, actually, I just already wanted to thank Elizabeth she did pursue getting this advertised out to other groups and other parts of the city infrastructure. And I think that it's unfortunate and more haven't shown personally, but I'm sure that they'll watch the VOD on it, and everything should come through that, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. This was your dream. Go for it.
Yeah, just one dream. So quick question, actually. Supposing you conduct a survey and the results come back and you realize that the results or the participation does not match your understanding of the population that you're trying to survey, right? So now you have a survey result that apparently is not representative of the population that you're trying to survey. What is the action that should be taken?
Yeah, Roberta, I'm gonna jump in with different survey tools, and you can build up what do we do next. So there's different survey tools. Some of the free survey tools, which are great, but they may not necessarily produce statistically valid results, meaning the survey data does not represent your population. And some of the survey tools that are not free, they all have different methodology how they measuring. How they're ensuring that the sample is representative of your entire community. So if you decide to go with the survey, it's one of your main engagement tools, how you're getting the feedback. You may, the staff may consider in exploring various survey tools and investing into one that is produce representative, statistically valid results. Now, even if you've done all that and your survey came out a lot of people just did not participate, there's other solutions what you can do. And I'm passing this to
Yeah, and so when you're looking at the demographics and you're seeing that, say for example, you're looking at Santa Clarita stats and you have a high representation of Latinos, right, and a lower representation of Asian Americans in your demographics, that now gives you a clue to be able to see how you can reach out to the demographic that was underrepresented, right? So by looking, so in that example where you're seeing a lower representation of Asians from your community, seeing where does that community congregate, how do you reach out to them? And then identifying your community allies and leaders within that community to see, hey, can we increase that engagement, right? In the city of San Diego, they were actually able to track their participation through the traditional engagement methods. So that was surveying and doing community workshops. And what they found was that predominantly white affluent community members were the ones participating in those surveys and in the community forums. So what they did is they partnered with community-based organizations that service particular parts of communities that were their communities of concern to boost the participation. And what ended up happening is a more representative model for how the engagement was taken in. So that tends to be the best approach, is try and do kind of that citywide all-encompassing method first. See who gets engaged, look at those demographic information, and then identify what are the key demographics that are missing, and then identify how to go to them, how to reach out to those groups specifically to increase that representation.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking for a simpler answer. Basically, you're saying figure out what's missing and redo the survey or redo the engagement and then take those results, right? Is that what you're saying?
I would caution, I wouldn't say redo the survey because clearly they didn't engage with that survey to begin with, but find other methods to be able to get their engagement.
Thank you.
I'm just going to bring something up here that says more or less for the other commissioners here. The problem that you want to engage people or have people coming in here or the planning commission is to have something that interests them. If you have meetings that are really kind of blasé, or the same thing with city council, nobody's going to show up for that. But at the same time, we had at one time here, we had the city council chambers completely full, downstairs by the cafeteria full. People were waiting. Had to be the speakers outside. You know why? Because it was a subject that interested the whole community, and that's what brought people in. And the way that the people found out, our citizens find out, was by knocking on the door and putting out pamphlets. Knocking on the door, putting out pamphlets, and then the word of mouth came, spread, and before you knew it, we had this whole chambers here full. And that's how it happened. Last week, we had the same thing happen. And tomorrow, if you want to go, you're going to see the same thing. Tomorrow, it's going to be happening again. And that meeting, we have people with India, from China, from Mexico, you name it, seniors, young people, even LGBTQ community, you name it. And they were there. And the whole thing was incredible. So remember, when there's something that interests their citizens, they will show up and word will get around. So that's one of the things that I want to make sure that, make it interesting, make it something that they really want to get together on, and you're going to have a lot of participation.
But a lot of that, I think, goes to messaging, right? I saw one, trying to say this nicely, organization, the biggest meeting they ever had, because obviously saying we're going to fill you in with X, Y, and Z, and that's, I'm not interested in all that. It doesn't affect me personally. There's the big one. So I watched this guy, the one-on-one, person to person, calling up, hey, Mario, there's a meeting tonight. Oh, man, there's a fight going to break out. I got to go. It took about 5 seconds to give the message, and
actually, the Sobrado one.
People showed up.
Had
It
the
was-
fuel counter here. I was one of the people that was passing out,
Right.
knocking on doors and so on.
Flyers.
So that's how we got the community
I think what
involved
you
in
said
this.
is exactly right, that it's when I know something will affect me personally because my friend Mario told me about it, I'm going to go.
You're going to go.
Yeah.
We are at an okay, Commissioner Lance, go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just going to comment that we can all be litmus tests for the effectiveness of community outreach, because if we as citizens and residents don't hear about a particular event happening outside of staff notifications, then I don't think the outreach is working, because I should hear it from other mechanisms. I hear from next door, and it's usually the aggressively angry minority firing out a message that the city is going to die now because this thing's going to happen. So you get engaged because you understand that something important is about to happen. But we as the city are the ones that need to figure out how to push the message out non-aggressively, and imply some importance to it so that it gets taken up. But then if I hear it as a commissioner who lives here from outside sources, then we're doing our job. If I never hear about it, then maybe we're missing the boat. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Salem. I just want to follow. We are at a very interesting juncture where we are having, how do we engage, bring the good out, and then we have the state saying no more engagement, thou shall do in a particular way. And we're like, okay, I guess there goes our ability to really understand community sentiment. Historically, as everybody is alluding to, only when something is adverse or negative does it get the required attention. When something is really positive, and it's the way human, I guess, behavior works. It's either something that really gets them, up and running, or it's something that's mostly negative that catches their attention. And it's next door today that is probably becoming the new world era of getting your information. And so it is a trend that we're seeing, that negative information gets more attention versus a positive messaging from the right sources using the same portals that we know. But the minute they say it's nice, they know it's like, it's whatever, or they see who is the one doing the message. Oh, obviously vested interest. So there's a lot of other factors, but I just wanted to share that at a moment where we are discussing how do we engage more, I can empathize with city staff to say, what in community engagement? We are not asked to do anything because the state has said none is necessary. So then it's, are we doing just the minimum necessary? Right, today we just heard a subdivision versus what would have been, a whole project where we see the aesthetics, where we see the actual visuals or the community around it come together for that. But now we're just doing what's on the land. That's all you have the ability to review today. And you really don't have an opinion or can't engage with the community or otherwise on what it looks like because it meets certain baseline. So we feel like we're stifled in some way in engaging or getting better. We are going to hear a project, and I know because that's why we are all talking the same thing here. It's an adverse project. It's a negative information that's out there in the community. It's riling people up, and the information about it is not coming from the right, I would say it's not fast enough. It is wait for such a meeting for you to get the right information, but it's not in a way that actually is active and alive at the pace that people want it to be.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we done?
We are.
No, not quite.
Not yet.
Wait, okay.
But I truly appreciate ILG for having been here late. This was way beyond your committed hours. Thank you, Elizabeth, for making this a priority, for bringing this to our, study session. But it was something that we had requested. And I appreciate Commissioner Bhatnagar bringing his insight from a prior attendance at your convention. So ILG, you're doing a great job. You're becoming more popular and in demand. And I think I should move to San Diego, right? The way you tell San Diego. I wish you had shared an actual barrier of a housing project for transitional housing as an example, not just a climate action plan or a sustainability plan or a general plan.
That's the hot topic.
Mm-hmm. But if you see any benchmarks, feel free to pass it our way.
Yeah, thank you so much, and Elizabeth, rock star again, for getting this set up. Thank you.
Pulled magic out of a hat. With that, thank you again. We will move to the next topic. Unless Roberto or Hannah, you want to say any closing comments?
I was just going to say at the last couple of slides of ours has some resources and information, so that there's even more topics. And we spent 2 hours here, but we lead 10-hour trainings on this very subject. So check out our resources on our website as well as with our affiliates. And thank you very much for having us, and we appreciate it being able to speak to you this evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roberto and Hannah.
you.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, we move on. Thank you, staff, for that study session. We move to reports of commission, board liaison, and committee. Announcement, other items?
So, Chair, I don't know whether we have said anything about the State of the Valley address that we participated in.
I think it's in the training. She's got a report out there.
Okay.
It's on the commission travel and trainings. But
Okay,
I
thanks.
wanted to basically acknowledge, thank you again. Happy International Women's Day is the announcement for today. And it's also,
Yes.
thank you to everybody who is celebrating and who are supporting all the women out there. Please acknowledge. And then today is also an Indian festival called Holi.
Yes.
That is a huge festival that's, again, color.
Technicolor
Yes.
Festival.
I'm not going to make that. But yes, again, a celebration of our diversity. In fact, our statistics, and Reena here is right on point. I think, what is our majority stats, Reena, if you're still on? Maybe not. Okay. Yes, our actual diversity, but we do have a significant community that celebrates.
We do. I want to celebrate that. It looks
know.
like so much fun.
Okay, on that announcement, we'll move to the next topic, Commissioner Travel Training Reports. I think we have Commissioner Biagini, who's ready to report on the State of the Valley.
The State of the Valley, and I will try to make this brief at the late hour, but I will say this much, it's probably, for me, the single best annual visit on what's happening in Silicon Valley. In a nutshell, and the reason I say that, what always impresses me about this, is you're not just seeing a bunch of talking heads, with due apologies to Mario and Lance, not just a bunch of old white men telling you things that, are sent to celebrate, and you're going, we're the real people here. All right, so in brief, anybody who wants to pick up that report, I highly suggest it, the 2023 Silicon Valley Index. Their statement was Silicon Valley's in a high amount of flux, even though higher numbers of people have departed over the last 2 years. And there's no longer a significant influx of people into the valley. The valley shows that we are at full employment, even despite a round of layoffs. So what does that mean? A lot of the tech set, they're now working at home. We have in Silicon Valley the highest percentage of remote workers. And what does that result in? The unintended consequences that we don't always realize, like our transit systems. Nobody's using them, they're working at home. It's upended commercial real estate. Who cares about that? Well, that shutters our downtowns. That affects the restaurants downtown. Anybody who works as a janitor, you don't have a job so much anymore. Here's all those empty buildings. I mean, there is a ripple effect that I don't think we always think about, and this particular annual index will give you that information, so it's not somebody guessing. The growth in the number of daily meals that our food banks are serving is astonishing, despite, no matter what some folks may think, the cities in the valley have tremendous efforts in trying to deal with the unhoused population. But food banks are getting emptied. I think at the end of the day, what it really comes down to, this report documents factual information and studies. There is a growing income divide and the nation's largest wealth gap in Silicon Valley. These gaps are becoming more pronounced by race, ethnicity, or even gender, and educational attainment has not been the leveler that we might have expected. So I would strongly recommend folks going online to look for it, because that report also documents a regression in our mental health and emotional well-being. Hell of a good report. Yeah.
Very well recapped. I think 4 of us were on the attendee list, and I'm actually taking it to a presentation at my entity right now as an organization. I would highly recommend city staff download the index. Very, very revealing data that supports your future decision-making.
Anybody watching? This is what it looks like.
It is absolutely critical. Yeah. We watch it. It is important for us to understand the next wave, as we are also reeling down into the flux of tech layoffs. That was what Commissioner Biagini was referencing. While the tech layoffs are, still happening, I still see it. There is an acknowledgement that it is prompting or spurring the next wave of innovations. Mm-hmm. ChatGPT is a local, and I'm proud to say Silicon Valley thoroughbred of innovation that's taken the world by storm. It's just one of many, many other starter incubator efforts. However, what was actually very concerning for me, like Commissioner Biagini mentioned, is the mental health, more specifically of the teens and the middle schoolers in our communities, and the aging population who feel more isolated since COVID, but there has been no reconciliation or coming out of it, including our support systems for both these vulnerable groups. And a lot more kids are seriously struggling with mental depression. So something to go take back to your homes, hug your loved ones, and acknowledge and make them feel valued. I think there is an acknowledgement that since COVID has probably affected families, that we don't even recognize the deaths in the families. We don't know the actual outfall of all of that impact in the individual household, whether it was an earning member, whether it was a senior who was providing care to the young ones and the loved ones. There is just that daisy chain effect that we continue to see in the community. So these are my observations. Thank you for sharing that brilliant summary again, Commissioner Biagini. Okay, moving on.
Almost.
All right, Commissioner Lance and Salem.
Okay, so they've taken all the really juicy topics, leaving me with the boring statistical things that I discovered when I was watching and reading. The one thing that was most shocking was as they said, the income gap is widening and increasing. As salaries increase and number of employment opportunities increase, the inequity of income matches that. And what we've got is a situation where no matter how much housing we actually develop, we will never clear the backlog of the higher level income. There will always be people lined up to buy a home at a higher price than the affordable housing levels that we're being mandated to provide. So unfortunately, statistically and financially, I'm not seeing a way that we can dig out of the process that we're in now, which is to continually grow and continually advance the cost of housing, short of a gigantic property bust, which we had a 20% or so. I've seen it in my own Zillow reports. We've had about a 20% drop over the last year. But the report indicates that we're going to continue to become more affluent for the valley, and we're going to have a backlog of housing demand that is above low-income housing levels. So how do we solve it? I don't know. I don't see any answers anywhere in there.
We're Silicon Valley. We're
Yeah.
supposed to be able to figure this stuff out and show the rest of the world how.
I can't find an answer. Well, if I did, I'd probably be very famous. But no.
That's community engagement. I bet there's
Yeah, I bet
somebody
there's
out
somebody
there
out
with a
there.
good idea.
All right.
That's all I got.
We do have other announcements. We have additional training opportunities. The American Planning National Conference is taking place really soon. If you want to attend in Philadelphia, it's April 1st to 4th. And if anybody wants to attend it, we need to make a budget decision today. And
Let me make a comment on that too, because they do have the online option. So right now, the city, we have a policy out of the county travel does need special approval.
Yes.
So you may want to look at the online. It's $350. It's April 26th through the 28th.
Nice, thank you. So if you are interested in attending the APA National Convention online only, April 26th to 28th. Anybody interested, want to take time to look at the agenda, but there is budget impacts. Do we have another meeting in April before?
Yes.
Our next meeting is the beginning of April, Leslie? When is it?
April
The 12th? 12th. Well, I mean, we should register soon, so if,
Well, for
so
what
we
it's,
could take a vote today to expend funds up to a certain amount, and, you know, you can notify me if you want to be registered or however you'd like to do it. Is there any interest?
I'll be honest,
What? Yeah, is there any interest in attending?
I'd rather go
no.
to a state
No.
one than a national one.
Well, that makes it easy. Okay.
All right.
There you go.
Awesome. There
There
is
you
no
go.
commission recommendation as well.
That's really easy.
Okay, we move.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Leslie, we do need to take a vote, a retroactive vote.
Yeah, I'm going to that topic.
Oh,
Director of Community Development Reports, Planning Commission Budget Update.
Okay, sure.
Am I seeing that on the
Yeah,
agenda?
that's good, that's good. Are you able to pull it up, Leslie? Yep. Okay. So right now with the expenses that took place between January and March, it was approximately $4,655. That includes the ILG study session, which was $3,800. At one of the previous meetings, the commissioners did indicate you wanted to have this. We just haven't taken a formal vote. So we will take a formal vote to expend those funds. So your budget is approximately right now $5,993.
In balance.
The balance, sorry. Yeah.
So we are taking an active, retroactive vote to
Yes.
approve the ILG study session?
Yes.
Only, not the others, right?
Yeah, just to approve the $3,800 spent for tonight's study session.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
So moved to approve the ILG study session of $3,800.
Second.
Okay.
Could you hear that?
No.
Okay, well, it was I'll say it again because I don't think my mic was on. It was a motion to approve the ILG study session tonight, and the dollar figure was $3,800.
And seconded by? No, it's only for the red.
Just for that. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Chair Kuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Commissioner Buza? Commissioner Slane?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
And thank you again for that extensive effort I know how many talks we had about it. Okay, moving to upcoming agenda items.
There are no agenda items to report at this time.
City council actions.
There are also no city council actions to report.
I will wait for the continuance on my. I think you and I are.
Well, you know what, about the opening, the vacancy we have on the commission, there is an update in the sense that
yes.
the interviews would take place, I think it was in May, beginning of May.
Council did approve for that to.
Yeah.
They declared the seat open.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or vacant, I'm sorry.
Awesome, thank you for that. And with no other items, I call the meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
No objection.
10:36.
All in favor?
10:36. I'd like to be the person who says no.
You just ruined your record of getting us out of it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And in this case,